To be back in studio.
And the mics weren't on.
Oh my gosh.
Yes.
Is my mic on?
Yes, your mic is on.
I hate to put on a headset with this beautiful hair and makeup. Thank you, Lacey, my favorite.
Oh, so you were actually getting your hair did today?
No, it was a couple days ago, but
all right.
I really love the color, and no one will notice it but me. And maybe Fred Swains. He usually recognizes when my hair changes because he is attentive to detail. I mean, that is his living that he has to be. So I find that law enforcement is highly more detail oriented than the average husband. Just say, my husband is like, oh yeah, you look nice. What did you do again?
Anyway, say hi to everyone. Tell them.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to Political Head Trauma, where if Head Trauma had a podcast, it would sound something like this. Humana. Thank you, Tribune.
Yes.
So today's show, I'm Holly. This is Jared, and we are excited. This is the show before I take off to beautiful Milwaukee, Wisconsin for the National Republican Convention. And I'm so excited. The state party, Rob Axson, has been working very closely with the national party to make sure that Utah's representation, as well as the convention itself, goes off without a hitch. We're really excited. And, if you have any questions about it, you can imagine some of my questions at first were, of course, security, how that would work. And I guess they have more law enforcement in Milwaukee this week than ever before. And Secret Service has been there for months. I believe it's like 40 something days prior to any big event. And of course, Trump's Secret Service team already knows how to handle big events. His last rally was 40,000 people.
Well, heck, they handle big events when he just wanders into a McDonald's. So I imagine
you think he ever goes into McDonald's? I think he's got due people, doesn't he?
I'll bet he does.
Today's guest, I know some of you don't care, but this is exclusively for residents of Stansbury Park. If you followed our show before, you know what they did last year. Almost about this time. It was September, October, when they decided to raise the taxes in the service agencies by 104% in each industry.
So
in each
208%.
But they say you can't do it. It's not 208%.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I don't care. This agency raised it to 104. So did this agency. They are the same agency as far as their board is made up of the green space and then the water district.
Mm-hmm.
So they are a taxing entity. Therefore, they're bound by certain laws. And so I believe they're going to be starting to have their tax meetings. Anytime a government agency wants to raise taxes on the populace, they are required by law to have these meetings with the community to discuss the tax hike and to get the community's opinion. Now, if I'm being brutally honest, this agency hasn't given one care in the world about the community's opinion. The last time I was in one of these meetings, there was 100 people there, and every single one of them were against it. In fact, a lot of people got up for comment to mention how the agency could live within its means and how the community could actually stand up and help. And what's interesting about that is it fell on deaf ears. Now, why I want to bring it to this show is, I tried to reach out to Heather Lester, who was at the meeting. She's highly engaged. She's always asking questions. She's sure that the agency is so sick of her by now, but I am so grateful for her involvement because she's doing the work that others in the community can't do, even attending meetings on a Wednesday. She stays, on top of the agenda. She goes to every meeting. Jared and I were going to try to assist and get those meetings public and recorded. It is not easy to commit these certain nights. So if we can get Heather on today, we'll do that. But Chad Saunders, he has offered to come on. So I'm really excited to say that we should be seeing him at 3 p.m. today and just talking about it. Why this is important, y'all. Why this is important is because taxing entities all across this country are doing this. All of them. And whether they do it in a county, whether they do it in a city, or in just a small agency like what we have, they're all doing this. And why they get away with it is because of lack of engagement from the people. And then by the time it's too late, when everybody's like, whoa, 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 we don't want to raise taxes, and these people show up, the agency knows, whether it's conscious or subconscious, that these people won't keep coming. They'll come for the big show, but for all the tiny little meetings where all the decisions get made, they don't show up. And I am guilty, just like many others, of not having that be my top priority. Now, during the week, there are other places having meetings, and, we just got through campaigning up to our primary, so I haven't been able to attend. But again, I think it's highly important that we get more engaged. I've said this over and over. I also have to say, hi, Mama, love you, I miss you. Because she is just tuned in. So yeah, I am absolutely disgusted by government entities. Mind you, these are taxing entities that have a gun to your head. You don't have an option.
Yeah.
And they are such a small agency. And their job when they were created was to maintain the area, keep our green spaces green, make sure our water district's in good hands, make sure the community and the things the community likes, if it's the pool, if it's the golf course, those are all upkept and beautiful. But they have a list of projects, and I'll get into that with our guest.
It seems like, just an outsider looking in, I don't live there, but it seems like they're making promises. They want to leave behind a legacy, and they don't want to see any of that stuff.
It's not the place for it, guys.
Well,
but it's the norm now. Governors try to leave their legacy behind.
Yeah.
Presidents try to leave a legacy. Congress,
we got plenty to talk about.
Yeah. Everybody wants to leave a legacy, which I can respect fully.
Did you watch Biden's?
Not at the expense of the people.
Did you watch Biden's news conference yesterday?
No. I've heard snippets.
It's magic. Vice President Trump is.
Yes.
She wouldn't have been selected if he.
Vice President Trump, folks.
It's more than that. So, let's just knock that out. That's fun stuff.
Send the link to our guest.
Already did.
Excellent.
So, every media reporter there asked him why he's not stepping down. And one of them brought up a good point. They said, hey, when you were running, you said you want to be that bridge between you old boomers who are, quite frankly, robbing America blind, and then maintaining your hold on power too long and stripping all the wealth out of the nation. And the next skip X, of course, and then the next generation taking over. He said, well, I've got too much work I started, so I can't give up. That's his reason why he's not stepping down. Because right now, the Democrat Party and the head of the Democrats in Congress, old Joaquin Jeffries, they all wrote him a letter, step down, we're done. You've got what are those movie stars that
you never see this? George Clooney.
Yeah, the people really shouldn't give a crap about, but tend to, and I don't understand why. Because somebody became an actor, somehow they're
more knowledgeable about the way life works.
Somehow they carry any value at all on opinion wise. Like if I want to know, hey, how do I make it so that when I do something, someone not involved in that something watching it thinks it's more important? I'll go to him. But if I want to know about politics or how to run a country or how to defend a nation or what's the best tax policy or any of that, he's not the person I'll necessarily go to because that's not his purview. Not to mention, he lives in a walled mansion with security.
Well, let's be honest. I mean,
I don't care what he says about my ability to maintain self-defense or any of that.
well, let's be honest. Like, Trump was a celebrity, but Trump also discussed political matters
Well, Trump also
throughout
ran.
his whole life.
It's not just that, but he ran for office.
Yes, and I think that celebrities get this ego that they're doing good somehow by sharing political ideals. And Ricky Gervais.
Ricky
Gervais. I still think he had the biggest mic drop moment. I mean, when he called other celebrities out and said, if ISIS had their own streaming channel, you guys would be calling your agent. And the truth is, it's true. Nobody cares. Even if I don't even care when somebody on my side is coming out with opinion, because I still look at it, I appreciate that they're using their opinion, but I also don't hold on to it like it's gold and lift it up to be the word that I should follow, because I'm a free thinker and I like to find out for myself. But again, I do have a lot of respect for people who come out against the norm in Hollywood, because that could be a career killer if you're not a leftist.
Well, my big thing is, no, he was just trying to say, don't bore the crap out of me at this event. Get your award and turn left and leave the stage.
He also said, nobody cares what you think.
Yeah.
Don't talk about politics.
Here's the deal is you got okay, George Clooney will come out and all of them are ultra wealthy and all of them are exceptionally good in their field.
Their field being liars on a screen.
Yes.
That's their job.
But I'm not trying to take that away from them.
No, it's not an easy job.
But so you've lived a super rich and wealthy life, pampered in your adult life. Now you earned that pampering by becoming a movie star. But I think the issue is that everywhere they go right now.
Can we just add that Clooney did this op-ed after he hosted a fundraiser with Biden
Biden.
He made what, 30 million?
Yeah.
I mean,
With
so
Jack
he's
Black
good enough to use him when you need him. And then as soon as the fundraiser's over and the debate happens, now you're calling out his ability to be president. When they saw his inability to be president at that fundraiser, he discussed it in the op-ed. Well, where were you then?
Well, the problem is the debate hurt the Democrat Party on the whole.
Right. He's their useful idiot trying to drive the point home. They need to replace Biden. And the truth is, he knew they needed to replace him. The press has known that. But now, because the green light's been given from above, now they're all open to talk about how terrible he is and that he can't do 4 more years.
Well, the issue is that all of these movie stars get praise wherever they go. If they show up to any event, they get praise.
Sure.
Right? George Clooney shows up somewhere and empty-headed women run from all over the nation to hope that he'll, select them out of the crowd for a wife. I don't know what they're doing. They get praise. And they have a political ideology that's centered in Hollywood. Sometimes I wonder, is that truly how they feel? Or is that an opinion they carry so that they can maintain their business?
I'm sure it's both. And I think Dolly Parton, I know I've said this before, but she has made her whole career a point about never getting into politics. She keeps her ideas to herself because she doesn't want to alienate half her audience. And I have a lot of respect for that. I mean, that insight, because I mean, Taylor Swift during Biden's campaign, this young lady had stayed, down the path in a very conservative starting business, meaning country music, and then she just became too big to fail. Let's be honest. She really is. She's probably the most popular singer right now. And I think that with the Biden campaign originally is when she came out and was Biden has to win. Trump will kill democracy. We don't have a democracy. And then just more talking points from the left. And as she just stayed with it, I lost a lot of respect for her.
Well, let's talk about killing democracy. I've always said
You don't have a democracy.
the Republicans are going to take your guns and the Democrats are going to take your vote. They always do the opposite of what they've always said. The biggest gun control came through, not including the NFA, always came through Republicans. Always. The Democrats made sure that RFK couldn't be on the ballot anywhere as a Democrat, which is why he's running independent, made sure that no one could primary Biden, which it may not matter because I would
still think that was
I would put easy money on at the convention Biden's out.
But I don't
Easy
think
money.
this is an accident. I that they're trying to make it look like they got the green light to say, okay, we're going to show America and we're not going to deny that he's has a problem. But it feels so by design because nothing they do is accidental.
Oh, it feels like his staff are setting this up. Like we can't because they recognize if they get through the primaries, if you're a Democrat and you get through the primaries and Biden's your guy, Trump beats him. Hands down, no questions asked. They even have one almost a debate. Trump beats him. On just the economics of our nation, Trump beats him. So Trump's going to win, hands down, no matter what. But there's a chance if they get someone else in there, not Kamala, but maybe a lizard from California.
I'm gonna say it again because I said it last time. Kamala would be so crazy not to push the 25th Amendment, which is the vice president has to be a part of when that gets pushed. But she would be the first female Black president, Secret Service for life, protection. Maybe there's an asterisk next to her name in the list of presidents, but it would be crazy for her not to just push that 25th Amendment, and just ride this term out, not run, not be the nominee, be willing to step down.
Oh, just finish out the 6 months.
Finish out the 6 months.
Oh, no, she would be crazy to not.
She's got a crazy cash cow called ex-president and first female Black president. So she gets her fame and protections.
And she gets to be a kingmaker.
No one would go to her.
No.
Kingmaking.
Whoever she selects as VP is going to be the top of the Democrat running ticket.
Right. And that's how they change everything and make it look
seriously.
Like this is we're in a bind.
Now,
and of course it would go to the vice president, but she doesn't want it.
I don't think the Democrat Party would let that happen. I think the Democrats are gearing up for honestly, I think they're looking at two people. I know everyone says Michelle Obama, but I think they're looking at Newsom and Whitmer.
Both are terrible, but I don't think they pull well against Donald Trump.
Both are terrible,
but they're not pulling.
How would that pull them away from the Democrats putting them forward?
They have to get someone in there that's going to pull well against Trump.
Okay, Newsom wouldn't pull well here.
No, he hasn't been polling well. They've been polling.
So Newsom's not polling well? I don't know.
Against Trump.
That just seems to be who the Democrats keep putting in front of the cameras at every turn.
Now, if the
self-kidnapper and the lizard.
The opportunity, however, for them to try to get in front of his PR and make him a presidential ideal to the Democrats. I mean, that has to start yesterday.
Does he not poll well with Democrats or does he not poll well nationally?
Nationally, on the idea that people would go out and pick him. Like this isn't just about
the
whether
Demo-
you're going to beat the Trump or not. What it is are you willing to leave your house on voting day or send that in the mail for a candidate? Because a lot of people will just
Look,
stay out of it if they're not
Joe
passionate about the
Biden
candidate.
won. Trump, whether you
he?
like him or not,
Did he?
whether you like him or not, he's a figure that causes a big rift between the populace.
Yes, he's highly
There's
polarizing.
There's very few people like me that are like, meh.
But that populace that you're talking about and that polarizing of him, these people are willing to go to the polls for him.
Sure.
And
there's also people who are willing to go to the polls against him.
Right. And if it's not the right candidate, some people will just stay home. And they do that. But there's the problem. Let's say if they were cheating, not saying they were, they've got to have polling prior that shows that Newsom could beat Trump. That way, if he's an 81 million person vote getter, it's not like America goes, wait, what? This is impossible. But I think Trump will have higher numbers than he did last go round. And Trump actually was, if we take out Biden's 81 million, I think Trump had the highest votes in history for a president.
Yeah, he got the highest votes in history next to Biden. Now, however you feel about that, but the people voted against Trump. That's how Biden got in. We knew that we knew that Biden was dementia ridden prior to 2019.
He didn't leave his basement to run for office.
That's how he got in. He got in because people voted against Trump. And a lot of people were pretty sure that Trump was going to win. We went to bed that night, sure that Trump was going to win.
By 10 p.m.
Yeah. I remember I woke up the next morning, thought nothing of it, was getting ready for work, and 4 a.m, and my son's friend says, "Hey, did you see the outcome of the polls?" I'm like, no big deal. And no, Biden won.
I was watching it in real time.
And I was like, wow.
It's 3 in the morning. I was watching the newscast as they said more votes are coming in and the numbers are changing. And it's like, are they changing? Oh, and this happened to be changing in these certain cities, counties that were having problems where Republicans are being kicked out, boarded up walls and water leaks. And,
yeah,
it was the crap sandwich and we all had to eat it. And then to the fact that, even I bring this up, well, you're just angry that Trump didn't win. Maybe, but there's a lot of consequence, a coincidence.
I'll be right back.
And you guys, I don't believe in coincidence at that level. And you get certain people saying that it could be done if you just focus on these 4 or 5 states. You could actually take the Electoral College. And this is the type of thing that I worry about with this next election. Now, Trump gets a lot of crap for saying that it was a sham election last time. And Democrats constantly bash him for that, for his argument about the election. But truth be told, folks, Hillary Clinton still says that Trump is not an actual president because she won the popular vote. But that just goes to show you that it's not about the popular vote. We are in trouble. If elections become about popularity, they have to be about popularity within their state, yes. But the Electoral College is what keeps New York and California from making all the decisions for the nation. Without the Electoral College, only the highest populated states would decide who our president is. And for that, I think that we have to remember that every party does this when they lose an election. Hell, I mean, if anyone saw Inconvenient Truth, I mean, what's his name? The green, golden, global warming guy. He actually comes out and says, "Do right, President of the United States," after he and Bush had it up. because he also got the popular vote. So I hope that all of us in Utah, we're not a lot of electoral votes, but I hope that all of us in Utah, whoever your candidate is, will show up for your candidate. Engage. I lost it a little bit after our primary because I was so upset about how little amount of people showed up to vote in the primary, and that makes the decision, especially in a red state. That primary is more important to Republican candidates than probably the general. They have to work 5 times as hard before the primary because they know, being in a red state, their chances of winning with the general public are higher in the general. So to have so few people show up and vote in the primary is very disturbing, because those so few people decide who's going to represent us, especially in the Republican ticket. So, on that note, I hope all of you are excited to enjoy the rest of your summer without campaigns and all of that. They'll sneak back up on you anytime. Our party has our nominees, and I'm really looking forward to the convention, national convention. It starts Monday in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. And as far as I know, they're still anticipating the president will be there, as well as his family, and a lot of high-ranking Republican folks. So hopefully I can call in or just go live, and I hope you'll pay attention. If you don't mind, if you're watching us on Facebook, please follow our page. And if you're on YouTube or Rumble, please subscribe, like this content. It helps us create more content when we know that shows you like. And then you'll get notifications. If you hit that bar for notifications, you'll get told when we do go live. So that if I do get a chance to sit down with Jim Jordan in person, or from my lips to God's ears, if I do get an opportunity to meet with President Trump, I want to make sure that you're all along with me. And, feel free to share comments. And of course, the shows are archived. We are on X. You can go to all your platforms and find us. And then you can also, go to your podcast platform. So if you like to just listen to podcasts, our podcast is this show. We're just live. So for all our podcast people, hi. Future people listening to this show, we really have a good time here, and we love it when you guys are engaged. So please leave your comments and let us know what you think. So I don't know where my co-host is, but I know that we have some topics we want to discuss with recent events. Please feel free to comment if you have something you want us to talk about. And if you are just over politics and would like to talk about something else, I think we're both in that boat. We're happy to do whatever. We're here for you, and we hope that you're enjoying your time with us. In the meantime, I'm really excited about what's happening in the world. There are a lot of people who I feel like are awake. They are paying attention, and that is so important. No matter how you think politically, as long as you are paying attention and finding reliable sources. I don't think I would call CNN a reliable source. However, they have had a couple of moments over the last couple of weeks where they're reporting on their guy, and they're doing it what seems to be fairly. They still do their digs on President Trump all the time, but I personally believe CNN wants Trump elected just for the ratings. I mean, they probably lost a ton of money. Well, I know they did. They lost a ton of money and a lot of viewers when Trump was no longer president. So kudos to CNN for kind of covering what, we need to know about. But there's also other venues. I love the Blaze for content. I like to read mostly. What do you read for news?
InfoWars.
Did you see he's selling it?
I think he has to.
He does have to. And he said that. I will sell
How
it. But how unfair is that ruling, you guys?
how crazy
How is that not cruel and unusual against his constitutional right? He's supposed to pay $1 billion.
$1 billion?
That's way more than his net worth, and it's way more than he could ever make.
That's like
How is that fair?
that's like the economy of Spain.
I don't even care. I mean, I think what he said was crappy, and what he said about the Sandy Hook family. Just to be fair, his name's Alex Jones, and if you don't know who he is, he said that the Sandy Hook shooting, and may those children rest in peace, and adults that were killed during that. But he, on his show Infowars, said that it was a false flag operation put out by the government, that it didn't really happen. These people are alive. He is a high conspiracy theorist. But what's happened is some of the stuff he said so offhandedly has actually been accurate. So the Sandy Hook families, of course, it was not accurate. They lost their kids. Even someone, I believe a family from Utah had someone, but the families decided to sue. And rightly so. They were getting so harassed and saying, your child's alive and you're lying and this is fake. And these people buried their child. And they decided to sue Alex Jones in a court. And I think it was defamation. I don't know what they were suing for exactly. But the jury ruled that he'd have to pay $1 billion in this lawsuit. And they shadow banned him.
The heaviest lawsuit ever.
And if that isn't obsessive or extreme, I really don't know what is. The man isn't worth $1 billion. It'd be something if it was like Elon Musk, right? Where he's got 50 billion in the bank. This is a guy who has to sell his brand. He has to, and the fact that he's trying to pay it is great because,
well, they're also taking
OJ Simpson had a big lawsuit against him, and he put everything into protection that he could not to have to pay it.
They're taking it away from him. They're hoping to silence him. I think.
Well, then they took all of his revenue away.
Yeah.
So his YouTube page went down, his X page went down, anything and everything. He was canceled by the culture, which is how free markets work, right? If we're being honest, if people don't like what he said, they shouldn't watch him. They shouldn't contribute. But to be said that you can't find him, that you can't have your freedom of speech, that to me is an overreach. I hate cancel culture. I hate it. Even when it's on our side, I don't like it. But this fine is so ridiculous. This man has a family. He's got kids. How's he supposed to raise his children if every dollar he makes has to go to the Sandy Hook families?
It's just crazy. $1 billion.
It's insane.
It's hilarious. It's like Dr. Evil. Now they wanted to silence him. And I really did enjoy watching InfoWars back in the day.
It was funny.
It was funny and
do you remember
crazy.
The guy he had on that said we have a colony on Mars and they're using children who have been trafficked on a 6-month voyage to Mars? I don't know it perfectly, but on a voyage to Mars, 6 months to be slaves on Mars, sex slaves. And I'm like, okay, so these children are being kidnapped, taken to Mars on a six-month flight.
Epstein Island exists, and all of our politicians were down and homeboys with him. A
place on Earth.
So I don't know. I might believe it. I mean, all of our politicians were down with him. All of them were friends with him. He got in the circles. Some say he may have worked for the Mossad and the CIA. I wouldn't say that, but it has been declared. I mean, we do know that.
We do know the frogs had turned gay.
We know that
he said that there's putting fluoride in the water that makes the frogs turn
not
gay.
Not fluoride, it's something else,
Other
but
chemicals.
It actually makes them hermaphroditic. That was proven true.
Yes, it was proven true, guys. This is why I'm saying he was so out there.
But it was entertainment. Back to Epstein, the Epstein story.
We didn't even bring up Epstein. You brought up his island.
I know, but I don't know. If it came out that our political elites had a bubble dome on Mars and they had kidnapped, teenagers and took them there, I don't know if I would fall out of my chair.
Actually,
I'd be like,
the guy actually didn't say 6-month mission. He actually said I think he said it was like a number of years on a 20-year mission to Mars. And I'm like, well, they wouldn't be children anymore when they got there.
that's why you get them as teenagers now.
This
Want to
thing,
major out of that. But no, what I'm saying is you look into Epstein. I mean, Ghislaine's father, Maxwell, he's got about his story should be made into a movie.
isn't there a documentary or anything? Because it's very interesting.
I don't know if there's anything on him, but anyways, he's a Hungarian.
What about her? It talks about him. A
She's nothing. She's just
no, but I'm saying in her documentary, it talks about her father
a little bit, but no, his story is the coolest. So he's I'm going to try to remember. It's been a while since I looked in this. He's an Hungarian Jewish man when the Nazis invade Hungary. He speaks like 7 languages. So he joins the Hungarian resistance and then gets mad because, well, they aren't doing anything. So he says, all right, fine. So he moves, and I think he joins the Chechen or Czechoslovakian resistance. And they're not doing anything. So he gets pissed. So he goes to England, joins the British Army as an infantryman, and sees combat. And he's quite satisfied. But because of his language skills and his he's highly decorated, they move him into intelligence. So he works in intelligence, and then after he gets out of there, he starts up an import-export company. And then in that, and this is all came out, he started running guns from Israel. He was a part of the running guns for Iran-Contra. He was running guns into Afghanistan when Russia invaded, but he owned this publishing house that published almost all the scientific books that came out of England in magazines, and that was his cover. And then he tried blackmailing Israel, and so all of a sudden slipped off his boat named the Ghislaine and drowned in the ocean.
Did he drown?
Yep.
They never found him?
Oh, they found him.
Did he have lead in his head that made him heavier?
Not on the autopsy report.
Interesting. Well,
but the Mossad, I would, if I had to rate intelligence agencies according to their abilities to unalive people, the Mossad would be at the very top.
Oh, interesting.
They would be at that. I would bet they're what's up, Eric?
Eric Halsky. I'm not your mom, just a fan. That's so funny. Mom, I love you. Hi, sweetheart. It's your mom. I know who you are. You are my person. So I definitely know who you are. And I love you, Eric. So thank you for joining us.
But I seriously think that if they made a movie about Maxwell, and they wouldn't even have to. What's going on?
Hello.
Yeah, they wouldn't even have to embellish it. I mean, he's just got this wild story.
Well, yeah, it kind of reminds me of George Soros's story.
Well, George Soros, his story is not interesting than another, I believe, Hungarian Jew.
Right.
The Nazis show up and he says, yeah, I'll be your inside guy to rob the Jewish people blind.
You don't think that's interesting?
Nothing like Maxwell's. I mean, Maxwell has all the 007 crap in it. He's an outstanding medal winning infantryman.
Huh.
And then because he's very intelligent and he speaks a lot of languages, they say, all right, we're moving into intelligence. So he becomes a military intelligence officer that, if I remember, saw time in not a military intelligence officer that sat it and read pictures, a military officer that went and got information.
I see.
And then he gets out and then he starts doing the Lord of War stuff because he's got all these contacts because of his import-export company.
War of Lord.
War of Lord.
Is that
Lord
what you
of
just
War.
said? Lord of War. Oh,
Lord of War is
just call him a warlord. I have seen
No,
that movie with Nick Cage.
that's not Warlord. Lord of War is the guy who sells them the guns.
Well, that's Nick Cage's movie.
And that's what he starts doing. And
Dad
I
loved
mean,
Nick Cage.
it's an outstanding, it'd be a blockbuster movie and they wouldn't have to embellish a minute.
So Elon Musk, can I just say,
Yeah.
he says, having seen the evidence unearthed today by Congress, this is yesterday, X has no choice but to file suit against the perpetrators and collaborators in the advertising boycott racket. Hopefully some states will consider criminal prosecution. This is going back, I think, to that censorship. And Ben Shapiro had said, we're in the midst of a trust crisis in the world of media, which is because so many in the legacy media have lied in order to preserve left-leaning narratives. And to take just the most recent example, we were told by the legacy media that President Biden was just fine. For years, anyone who questioned his health and mental fitness was trafficking in cheap fakes. And then President Biden went out and engaged in a full-scale mental collapse on stage in front of hundreds of millions of people. So we can see why Americans, at least Americans who are not Democrats, do not trust the media. The question isn't really why the legacy media have lost Americans' trust. We know the answer. The question is why, despite that loss of trust, the legacy media continue to gain share in the advertising market. And the question is simple. There is, in fact, an informal pressure system created by Democrat legislators, this White House, legacy media, advertisers, and pseudo-objective brand safety organizations. That system guarantees that advertising dollars flow only to the left-wing media brands. This is Ben Shapiro talking in front of Congress. It's showing. I mean, we know it. It's in our faces. The advertising of Biden, like we talked about, was so healthy, right? He's fine. He's not this, he's not that. But then they let him go on stage at the debate and just crash and burn.
Well, I think they started noticing.
Oh no, they've known. That's the thing. They've always known.
But they've started noticing that they couldn't keep it quiet any longer. Here's what I think they looked at. They looked into the future and they said, all right, so we've got the 2024 elections. There's going to have to be at least one debate. There's going to have to be. We can't hide Biden from this because Trump's come back with the fury. Our economy's in the drink. All the stuff we did during COVID. I just read a story about some young National Guard female soldier at 24 had to get a pacemaker, and the Army finally admitted it's due to the vaccine.
Really? The thing is, you're saying though that they're having to figure this out. I don't think this was ever their question.
No, I
really don't. Why else? Tell me why else the Governor Newsom would debate last November.
Well, you're
DeSantis.
Right on that, but I think this has been a long buildup that started, probably a year and a half ago.
Oh, I think
which is the same reason why they're going after Trump in the courts, because they're working their angles. I think had they been able to let Biden ride out another 4 years, because he's their perfect tool. He's gone everything the progressive Democrats have wanted. He's done everything. But once they realize they're going to lose that mantle because their puppet is, maybe been through the dishwasher too many times, or, whatever else, maybe the fake tongue in the mouth is starting to fall out. They've decided we've got to get rid of that, and which is why I think they put that debate forward so early.
Way early. Unprecedented.
Yes. And the
Before
media.
We had our nominees, folks. That's the first time in history.
Well,
they would put a debate out before you even have party nominees.
Yes. Well, here's the question. Do you think, how do I want to phrase this?
Very
The-
astutely, I'm sure.
My question is do you think it was kind of Biden's people maneuver because the party was still standing behind him, and Biden's people said, look, we can't make it if he stays in, and he'll ruin. So are they doing it now to save the Democrat Party's face at the Democrat Party's convention?
Sure. The decision has to be made by then. But I think this has been in the works since he got into office because he's an old man. And you could see him, when he got into office, you could see he was failing, not like he is now. But I believe he was meant to be a puppet, yes, because he was an easy target. What I don't think they anticipated is his wife and son would love the power and basically hold him up and refuse to go away. That probably wasn't the original plan. Even with the Biden family, they were probably told, as long as he's doing what we ask, he'll have the seat.
It's just funny, all the things he says, corporate greed, and yes, there is corporate greed going on, but that's not our number one problem with inflation. The prices are going up because you devalued the dollar. Oh, and I heard back from Celeste.
Oh, good.
So I messaged her and I'm like, hey, so what's going on with this petrodollar? And admittedly, she's like, I don't know much about it. I really don't, which I understand. I'm an older guy. I wasn't alive when the petrodollar deal was made, but I recognize what it is.
Right.
Also, I'm a bit of a
nerd,
history
nerd
dork.
Which to me is an endearment. I'm a nerd.
Yeah.
So I appreciate other nerds.
But the petrodollar and it went away, and it is the thing that replaced gold, and I'm wondering what's going to replace it now.
Well, I just heard an advertisement today actually for Birch Gold Group or something.
Yeah, Birch Gold. Yeah, you were listening to Glenn Beck. I get it.
I don't think it was on Glenn Beck, but it was on
Ben Shapiro.
No.
Folks, call Birch Gold, folks.
But Birch Gold is actually advertising all about the petrodollar, which is interesting to me because they said, like you've said.
No one talks about it. It's got me freaked out.
And that's the thing. Most people don't know what it is.
They don't recognize that.
Birch Gold is saying you need to put your money into gold at least because it's a hard asset you will own. And when the dollar is devalued after this whole thing, you will have a hard asset. So
you'll have something,
IRAs into
something that maintains wealth. Here's what's going on: is the petrodollar replaced the gold dollar. Bretton Woods gold was tied to 35 cents an ounce, or $35 an ounce.
Like, geez, I'd love to get in.
And we broke that. Well, it was 24 before FDR. The great hero. FDR, the guy who gave Eastern Europe to Uncle Joe, that guy. Before FDR stole all the gold from the people, it was 24. He stole it and then a year later raised the value of it. Sounds like just a big.
So what did Celeste say? It's not even on the floor of Congress.
It's what it sounded like. She's like, a lot of people are saying it's a good thing, which it might be.
If Middle East in the digital currency area, it is a good thing.
It could be that we're moving into another standard, where the globe will be moving away from oil as the standard. So maybe energy, will be on the windmill.
Did you see Biden's big claim? Well, no, it's KJP, but did you guys notice how cheap the gas was on the 4th of July? We're helping. We're helping. Yeah. They just drained more of our oil reserves.
Yeah, he drains our
do you guys
strategic reserves.
What our strategic reserves are for? The oil reserves are meant to protect our nation and fill up all our military equipment in the event that we have an invasion or something like that.
Invasion, EMP, solar flare. No, what our strategic reserves are for. And his predecessor did this as well, not Trump, but
not Trump.
His predecessor
Trump filled it, actually.
His predecessor did this as well. Obama dipped into the reserves, I think, twice. is to try to get reelected. And that's what they're for now, for Democrats to get reelected.
And I don't know if you guys noticed it during the 4th, but I was still paying $3.59 a
When
gallon. How much were
is-
you paying?
When is Congress going to step in and say, okay, we'll call it that if you touch the strategic reserves without a declaration from Congress, it's an impeachable offense. When is our Congress going to step in
Absolutely.
and do anything? Because I'm nervous about the petrodollar. So what happens is, we were on the gold standard before Bretton Woods, but Europe was boiling over with World War II.
I have to look for something. Ignore me.
Yeah. Europe is boiling over with World War II. England is giving up all of its colonies, or preparing to. So they have a little deal in Bretton Woods, Vermont, I believe is where it was. And that's where all the powers of the Western nations get together, because prior to that, the British pound was the kind of the global currency of reserve. So every nation would trade their currency for pounds so that they could trade with other nations. Yeah, there was some, French francs in there,
But the French came and got their gold.
well, that was in 73, 74.
And there's probably estimate about $1 billion in gold in Fort Knox. Estimate. And there should be
I
way
would
more.
be
Don't we have Germany's gold?
I would be surprised if Fort Knox has even spider webs left.
Yeah.
But so they meet up in Bretton Woods. They scratch out a deal. We're going to make the dollar the reserve currency. The dollar, America's not getting bombed. There's shelling in the United States. So it's going to be an economy we can rely on while we've got to rebuild Europe. And so the dollar becomes standard. Then in 71, I think it's 71 or
Nixon?
73, Nixon takes us off the international gold standard. But prior to that, it started out with England's looking in their coffers, and they say, man, we got stacks and stacks of dollars. We almost can't spend them fast enough. Maybe we should get some of our gold back. So they call up America and they say, hey, America, we want some of our gold back. We'll give you,
America.
we'll give you the trade on the guarantee dollars for ounces. And America's like, ooh, okay. So America hems and haws and gives it to them. France catches wind of that and says, oh, shoot, all the gold's going to be gone to countries if we don't jump in on this. So France jumps in.
And this is their gold, folks. that
It's their
we
gold.
are protecting.
What they did is they guaranteed it. It was like buying stocks, I guess, not stocks. It was just a trade thing. And they would send over, a gold bar, and we'd send them over greenbacks. And greenbacks is being devalued. Vietnam went on and has been, frankly, stealing the money out of the coffers. And so France says, we want our gold back. And America says, oh, we can't do it. So France sailed a warship into New York Harbor. And so America
Is that the
said,
only time that's ever happened aside from the Revolution and the British?
the 1812.
Oh, okay.
Well, we've had warships sail in there. We've had submarines come up during the time. But
Of
this-
our enemies?
Japanese submarines. We had German submarines, especially in the Gulf of Mexico. I think they actually blew up a
I'm just talking about New York.
port. But New York, I'm not sure. But it's the first time since in the 1900s that it's happened. But
Oh,
anyways.
thank you, Sherry. She says that I paid $3.45 a gallon. That's the thing. That was the big discount that Biden is his claim to fame. And then
Big
you go
win.
back to gas at this time during Trump, and it was like $1.99.
Yeah.
And we had a full coffers of oil in our strategic reserves.
Well, I like how all the leftists are like, gas pumping is at the highest it's ever been. And so I says, all right, I'm going to pull up the graph that shows it. And it climbs up in Trump. And then as soon as Biden gets in, boom, it dumps.
Right, because he canceled
And
all
then
those
and then
contracts.
it's slowly climbing, but it's not doing a jump. And then when Biden starts getting hard about why he's killing our energy manufacturing, Then he jumps in and says, okay, I'm going to let a lot of people drill.
A lot of folks don't understand that presidents have a high effect on gas prices. And people say your president has no effect on it. It's up to the oil and gas industry. But here's the thing. When you get a contract to drill on certain lands, you have to go a certain depth, and then you can get your contract gets you a certain ways out that you can go down and horizontal.
Well, it gives you grids.
But what they don't do is give you contracts in a location that is different location so that you can go in and go horizontal across thousands of yards. The government will, gritting their teeth, they'll give you 3 acres to drill on, and yet the oil is 4 acres away. And they won't give you that contract to the next property.
Or picture it like a chessboard, right? And you got A's going up and down and numbers going side to side. So letters and numbers. And they'll give you A1 and B4. So they don't even corner touch each other. So they'll say, so you'll have to go and drill ahead there, where now most of our drilling sideways. And what we want is you want to give a whole grid. You want to have multiple of those squares that all touch each other so you can get the bang for the buck.
This is where presidents
and
will come in.
What Biden's been doing is splotching out. Oh, you can drill there and pull oil from, 100 yards away where they don't
He's
touch.
made it so the contracts aren't even being given.
Yes.
And if they are being given, they're so sporadic in their location.
He's changed that.
It's not worth the money to actually drill.
He
Company
changed.
doesn't stop. Country does not. A business does not. It's not worth their money to go in and drill and then not be able to connect. It costs them more money than it would be worth. So that's by design. So yes, presidents have an effect on gas prices.
They do. And he changed that to get elected. He was letting it dry up, letting it drown. And then when he saw how unpopular he was because of that, an election year, he changes his policy, starts giving them out more often. And, maybe
it's why would you drain the strategic reserves? Why not just give the contracts?
Look,
I mean, this is insane. And he's writing new restrictions every single day. Not him per se, but our Congress, our senators are writing new restrictions, but they're not getting rid of old ones, which was the problem that Trump had. For every new one you sign under my order, you have to destroy however many.
Oh, his regulation.
Yeah.
Yeah, he wanted, I think it was 1 for 1 or 2 for 1 or 3 for 1, something like that. Well, I look at it like this. Look, if I was a conspiracy minded guy, I would put this in that you could easily write a fiction novel about a president, let's say the first historic whatever president, who come up with a plan to drain the tax coffers to get rid of older cars that have a reliability factor that work in inclement times, such as an EMP or a solar flare. And then you move along with the next president, and both presidents always empty the strategic oil reserves. And then the next president, they seem to make deals that have a rhetoric like they're against China, but actions that foster a Chinese takeover. You could easily write that conspiracy because all these Chinese immigrants that are flooding across the border, where do they go? We don't know where they are.
We don't.
They could be battalions of them out in the wilderness, just training up, buying AR-15s and getting ready.
Okay. Well, it's 3:00
Let's
and our
bring
guest
Chad in.
is here, and we're going to switch now back to government overreach. And do we want Chad to turn his? Oh, that's great.
We'll just
Never
do this,
mind.
and then you and I'll squeeze in.
Hi, friend. Can you hear us okay?
Hello. I can. Yeah. Can you guys hear me okay?
We can.
Yes, this is Chad
Cool.
Saunders, who is a very good friend, but he's also a member of the GOP leadership team. He's on our SEC. He's also a neighbor of mine in Stansbury Park, and somebody that, along with Heather, has been highly invested in what's going on. Now, like I said to you at the beginning of the show, guys, this is happening all over the nation, whether by cities, by counties, by states. this happens because some of our folks get dormant. And like Chad and I have been to these big truth and taxation meetings, and we see 100 people there, and every one of them is against this taxation raise, 104% in 2 agencies too. And then they don't care, and they go ahead and raise it like they did to us last year, regardless of what the people said. And they don't answer your questions because it's a comments type meeting. So I only listen to your comments, regardless of what the people say. Now we're coming around again, folks. No one went to these meetings. Heather was at every one, but Chad and I were sporadically there. But we're not seeing our neighbors there because they go back to their busy, busy lives. And I think Stansbury Service Agency knows that. And because of that, they figure, oh, we'll just be quiet during this truth and taxation. We have to do it for the law. But we know all you people aren't coming back next Wednesday for the meeting. We know that, right? So we need a push to get Stansbury Park neighbors to show up next week. And what's going on, Chad? Give us your account of what's happening in as broad or as detailed as you can.
So before we do that, I want to go back to your last hour for just a bit to the start of the top hour. As you know, Holly, I've had some health issues and I had to be at the doctor. And when you go to the doctor, they ask you questions like your date of birth, your name, to make sure you're aware of your surroundings. Where do you live? And they asked me, and I was a little bit delirious. I'm not gonna lie. I was having some issues. I wasn't feeling real well. I was a little bit rummy. And they asked me if I knew who the president was. And I said,
unfortunately,
well, I know that even as delirious as I am, I'm more aware than he is right now. And the doctor said, okay, yeah, you're fine.
Yeah, and I'm sorry you had some health problems. And how are you feeling?
I'm doing a lot better. At least I keep my sense of humor even in the darkest of times. So, but yeah, what was great, the doctor goes, yeah, okay, you're fine.
You gave him a laugh. They're probably still talking about it at the water cooler. Have you ever been asked just on that doctor's thing? Have you been asked at a doctor's office about what firearms you own and stuff yet?
Yes, I brought that to Holly a few months ago. Yeah, it really concerned me. And here's what's interesting. It concerned my nurse as well. She wasn't real thrilled about having to ask me about it. That really, yeah, that's something I've been concerned about. It's only happened once, but it has happened. Yes.
I'm a veteran. I remember this was about a year after the VA started putting paperwork to strip veterans of their firearms if they had any issues. And so I was kind of alert to it. And my doctor at the time I'm in there asked me, and I'm sitting there like, okay, normally I give a smart aleck comment. And so I did. And I told her, I says, well, I keep the AT4 by the front door, and this is all nomenclature. And the pig is above the bed in the bedroom. And she's like, huh? The pig, for anyone who doesn't know, the pig's the M60, the iconic Vietnam era belt-fed machine gun that War Mother carried.
And this joke was all before the severe boating accident where you lost all your guns.
But anyways, I just joked around. I says, why are you asking about guns? She says, it's our policy. This was while Obama was still president. This was years ago. And she wasn't opposed to it, but I think she understood. And I was like, look, I do have guns, I'm a hunter. You walk into my house, there's animal heads on the walls, things like that.
But they died of old age.
I found them on a hike. But anyway, she, but I remember that. And then I haven't been asked since then, which at different doctor's offices, which makes me wonder. They've asked me.
It's in your file. All
the other stuff. Are you allergic to? They ask you that anytime you go in. If you walk by a hospital, a nurse runs out and says, are you allergic to anything? But that was only asked that one time.
Well,
and you guys more recent have been asked the same questions.
Let me tell you who asked me.
But only once.
And they didn't ask me directly. They asked my son. It was his pediatrician visit.
Oh, see?
Are there guns in your home? To my son.
I'm thinking they're gearing up to try something on that front.
Well, yeah, something that can call in your mental state. Like if you're on a medication for depression,
An SSRI.
yeah, and
They
can
need to worry
say-
about transgender medication right now
Absolutely.
because in Utah, our latest family slaying was by a young lady who was mad at mommy and daddy
confused.
because they bought him the boxer briefs instead of the thong. I don't know what they're mad about.
Well,
You
we
know
know the
that-
hormone changes is really painful for the brain, especially the
Mm.
young brain, a growing brain.
Seriously.
That's scary. And even a lot of transgender influencers have come out and said, you can't be giving drugs like this teenage brain. It just doesn't work. They're not developed, and we don't know what they're going to do.
But back to Sandra. I didn't mean to go off too far off the edge. I knew you guys would get a kick out of the joke, so I wanted to share it with you.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Because it worked. But on the transgender issue, Holly and I were really blessed a few weeks ago. We got to go to the tour stop for the female coaches that are fighting Title IX. And we really got to have a good conversation with some really smart women and some women who are very famous. And all I've got to say is, if they're not going to listen to Martina Navratilova, who not only was one of the greatest female athletes of any generation, but also dated on a regular basis and was her coach, was Renee Richards, who had one of the first sex change operations in the world. And she
Was that French man who became a
Was a
French
doctor
woman, played
Yes.
tennis and dominated?
Yeah.
Well, of course
And-
he did.
And
She,
but-
Holly. What's
didn't
that?
play- Renee Richards didn't play professionally, but was a very good tennis player and became a coach. But for Martina Navratilova to say, don't let transgender folks play in girls' sports, I really would hope they would listen to them if they're not going to listen to us. And it was great, but we had a great experience. I was really glad that I had the opportunity to go to that. On our stuff locally, and this is the thing, everything we're talking about right now, it all comes back to local. All politics is local, and they teach us that. And Holly and I, we know these people. They're our neighbors. They're our friends. The people that are on our boards. I don't think they're being intentionally nefarious. And like people like Jim Anzelka, I give him all the credit in the world. He came in as the new GM, took it at like more than half of the cost of the thing of the salary, and no benefits because he's retired. He has a good retirement package. You know, they're trying to do things, but they just don't listen and they don't engage enough. And this is, Holly and I have talked about this ad nauseum.
They're not transparent.
And they're not transparent. They give you just enough information, in my opinion. This is all just opinion. I could be wrong, but I don't think I am. They give you just enough information to validate what they're doing. And my question is, we had the embezzlement, horrible situation. Nobody wants it. The lady was a master thief, was able to hide it for a long time.
Over 2 years, and it was almost $1 million, if not more, that they know about.
And you know, if there had been the proper checks and balances in place, she would have been caught. Those members of the board are no longer there. They've been, you know, they were voted out or they left, or
Most
well, I think
were no
one
longer
person
there.
from that era. I think there's one person on the board left from that era.
Cassandra
And,
was there.
Yeah, I think Cassandra's the only one remaining from that era.
Because the people were
But then
either
we
they
came
didn't
in,
run
they brought in a
or the
new
people
GM.
didn't vote for them. Sorry, I was saying that the people,
Or the election, nobody knew the election was coming up.
right, but the people either didn't run again or they were voted out. That embezzlement was horrific.
Right, exactly.
Horrific. And a lot of people showed up, and it was during COVID.
Mhm.
And we had to show up online, and they had no answers. And we said, we want a community board because anyone that's owned a business before, we know how to run a policy, even through our bank where there's checks and balances. And when the treasurer of that board had no idea this was happening, and then took no accountability that it happened, we were infuriated. And yet that looms over
Right.
this agency for just their ignorance. I'll give them credit and say it's ignorance. They didn't know. I don't think it was nefarious on their part, of course. However, when does ignorance stop being an excuse?
Exactly. And the problem I have is I don't see them trying to find alternative measures. And maybe they are, but be transparent about it. Say, hey, we did A, B, and C. I don't see that. And so all I see is, hey, we haven't done taxations in a long time. We're going to get up to our maximum dollars. Once you start, you never stop.
And can I just add that once they did that tax hike, what then did they do? They laid off half of the staff. They said, and it was almost like, well, you guys don't want to do this and we can't afford it. So we're going to lay off half of our labor staff and to make it like it's our fault, instead of putting a kibosh on all these stupid projects nobody wants, or 5% of the park wants this project. The rest of us don't. The rest of us just want you to keep the green space green, take care of our lake, and make sure the golf course and pool are in working order for the residents. That's all we want. This pavilion that you're building, these other certain parks, a splash pad plan, the pavilion is my least favorite thing of all things. And they built it when assuming the property that it sits below is never going to ever be sold to a private seller, which it was. And now there's homes there and they're still going to put a pavilion in and do concerts and crap instead of charging for parking for these people that don't live in Stansbury Park but are using the lake. They don't charge them to park there, and they don't manage any of that. And these people come in and vandalize the lake. They vandalize or they cause problems and there's fights, and we don't have security. We have nothing. I mean, why are you spending money on a bathroom? I don't care if it's a grant. Why put the money on a bathroom that they couldn't even afford to finish, but they put it there because if they didn't, they would lose it. Well, lose it then. It's ridiculous. It's an eyesore, and nobody asked you for that. And yet, this is transparency. They ask forgiveness, not permission. And that is not how a government should be ran. Not at all.
Bingo. And so what can we do? And Holly and I and Heather, and by the way, Heather's husband, Tony Duncombe, he's been a stalwart at documenting everything and keeping people aware of where the events are. So Heather and Tony have done a great job.
They're superstars on all of this.
We really, I don't know how many people here are listening from Stansbury, but we'll get it out. There's a meeting on the 17th. We always show up, but once we show up, we need to speak with each other afterwards and keep meeting. We can't let the momentum die. And we have to make sure that we're using all the resources available to us. And so we need to talk and communicate so we know what resources we have. Some people have really special talents in our neighborhood. Holly has some special talents. Heather has some special talents. I know one or two things, at least I think I do sometimes. We've got really smart people who live in our community. We have a county councilman living in our community, for crying out loud. We've got people who can help us navigate these storms. And it just frustrates me that it's just what you said. They know we're going to show up, but then they bank on one of two things happening. Most people are going to say, well, they're not listening to me anyway, and they're going to go away and not come back. And they can just gloss over the rest of us. They can, when Heather has spoke at the last few meetings, they don't even pay attention to her.
They look at her with utter disdain. They look at her with utter disdain.
Yeah.
And I can name two members that do that to her, which they forget who they work for. And I don't know how much they make. It's probably nothing, but they ran to do the job. They had a campaign to do the job. They all talked about doing a better job for the park when they ran. Their campaign was about that. And yet, how dare you look at members of your community like Heather, who shows up every week? They don't like her because she constantly is asking them to be transparent and asking them the right questions, and they ignore her.
Yeah, it's so unfair. And I think one of the biggest problems we have, and I won't name names, but we have a couple of the members. One is fixated on one part of the park only. The other is fixated on another part of the park only. And so they're constantly pushing for their personal agendas, for their personal passions, for the things that matter to them. And or they want to do the feel good fun things, the food trucks, the Stansbury days, they want to focus on the fun things. And I don't think, I know they want to do the hard stuff, but the hard stuff's not easy to do. And so they're looking for the path, again, just my opinion. They're looking for the path of least resistance, which is to raise taxes. It's harder to go out and, example, I was at a meeting and they had a gentleman there from the DNR talking to him about docks and things like that and how much it would cost and things it would do. And I know not everybody thinks like me. And Holly, you know that. Jared, you know that. You guys know me long enough. I work in media and marketing and sales and advertising. So my brain works a little differently. First thing I thought up and I pulled up within 5 minutes was Bass Pro Shops, Cabela's.
Right.
And they have a huge fund for things like
Sponsorships.
the pond.
Yeah.
For refurbishing the pond. So why are we not going to them directly? We've got one of their largest distribution centers. They're one of the largest, could be, if they could get stuff going, one of the largest employers in the county. They moved, I've heard from people that they moved in to Will County specifically because of Stansbury Park and the residential nature of it. Go to them. Go to Carvana. Go to Detroit Diesel and talk to them and have a real, don't just go with your hat in your hand and say, hey, give me money, but say, hey, how can we create a working partnership? How
This
can
is
we,
common sense.
yeah. And so that's what I think we aren't seeing. And I would like it if we did see it. And so I'm hoping people will show up on Wednesday.
It's going to be at the clubhouse at 7 p.m.
Clubhouse. Yes.
Are you frozen?
Why does it always freeze people when they're in their least flattering position?
You're talking about me, right?
It was hitting you last week hard. If you would have touched your nose,
killed you.
if you killed me, if you would have touched your nose.
This is why we should use Zoom.
Zoom freezes also.
So what he's getting at is they're making choices and they expect the residents to pay for these bad choices. Now, mind you, they have their job, which is to maintain the community. Of course, we are a green space. We're a large community. Our tax rate we aren't incorporated. So the county actually is our government. So having our county council, we have a representative, Jared Hamner, on the council who lives in Stansbury Park and represents us and Lake Point. He's attending the meetings with us. Bridger Bolender and Tim Jimenez both attended the meetings with us. And in an effort to represent the people who have been reaching out to them, we've had to reach out to our county auditor or our state auditor. Now, if you guys need to understand one other thing about this embezzlement is the same year they asked for this tax hike, they also got their payment, their return on their insurance for this embezzlement, which came over $1 million. I think the return was 1.2 or something like that.
Something like that. And there was it came in two separate checks. It came from two separate entities. But yeah,
they get this windfall of cash, which, let's be honest, they didn't even know they were losing it. It tallies up to be like $700 a day for 2 years.
Yeah.
And they didn't know this money was leaving the coffers. And then they get that tax or they get that insurance money. In the same breath, they're asking us to pay 104% tax hike twice. And so where's that money? What did they do with that insurance money? I would like to know.
Well, and so let's segue to that. Yeah, because what they're doing when you go to the meetings and what Heather's brought up and what I've heard is they like to lay it all at the feet of the previous GM.
Of course.
Now she's been pretty quiet, but I think she's about ready to come out and talk. And I'm looking forward to that because we all have kids or have been kids, and we either have brothers and sisters or have, daughters and sons. I firmly live by the motto that there's his side, her side, and the truth is generally somewhere in the middle. We've only been getting one side of the story.
Right.
And I'm really anxious to hear what the previous GM has to say, because they've been laying a lot of this at her feet on the record.
And for the record, she was hired after all this happened, and she's highly qualified, a brilliant woman, so logical. And she was sitting in these meetings, and I can attest to this because I've met with her on these issues, and she's hearing from the community and trying to help the community. She's looking outside of the box. How can we better our budgets? And how can we, the problem is she told him no probably too many times. And that's just me assuming. She hasn't said that to me, and I don't want to speak for her, but I know the way that she was I know where she was coming from. And she probably told them no on this project, this doesn't make sense. We need to get, a solid ground to work from first. Let's focus on the basics, and we can branch out from there. There was a community that was looking out to be guard dogs on this budget. That was getting started under her. Now you hear the blame on her because it's an easy patsy. She doesn't like to be, she's not political. She doesn't like to be in the limelight.
Not at all.
Do her job. And she's had to hear about the things that they're blaming on her. And I'm glad that she's coming out, and I would welcome her on the show, absolutely, to tell her side of the story, because it's unfair what they're doing.
I think she wants to talk to some folks that you and I know first, and then I bet she'll come on with you. I bet that won't be a problem at all. And one thing that Holly and I have both done, we've both reached out to the state auditor's office. We've gotten a positive response back. What's funny is at one point they tried to say that the auditor's office told them that they had to do this. And I called the state auditor on it, and he said, no, we did not tell him that. I talked to his subordinate. He says, no, we did not tell him to do that. Once it got brought to their attention,
because what he actually told them,
it was our private auditor. It was the auditor we pay for, the consultant we pay for, told us to do that.
Right. They're paying someone to babysit their own funds. You guys understand? That's like, the wolf watching the chicken coop or whatever. They're
boxes in the hen house. Yeah.
Yeah. They're basically governing themselves and babysitting themselves. Our state auditor actually told them, you guys need to find a way to use that budget within your means, because your spending isn't making any sense. He's a good friend of ours. We know him. We came to him with this, and he had already known about it. In fact, they tried to do this the year prior, to do a huge tax rate on the people. And it turned out they did their truth in taxation meeting. It turned out after the fact, they didn't even follow the correct rules to do a tax hike. And the state auditor's office, like, you can't do it. The lieutenant governor's office is like, you cannot raise taxes on these people. You didn't follow protocol. Well, when you have an agency that doesn't even know the basics of their job and their powers, I'm sorry, they deserve to be called out and questioned. So you better believe that they did it right the second time. And when asking our auditor's office, well, how much can we go? And to find out 104%, and that's the max. And they sold it to us like, we'll never go higher. We've hit the max. What the hell are we doing in August then? Or what's this meeting next week then?
I guess it's that they can go higher every year. They can do the max
every year. Now, here's something I also want to bring up that's got me so angry. During the Truth in Taxation meeting last fall, a lot of the people that went up to that mic to talk about this were senior citizens, people who have spent their entire lives to live in their dream home on a lake or in Stansbury Park, and they're living on that fixed income. And most of them offered their own services. I'll come and mow. I'll come and pull weeds. I'll come and work.
There are
And
people doing that right
these-
now. There
Yes.
are people out pulling the weeds right now. They've got a group that a lady is volunteering to work for them.
But these people can't afford. I mean, for me, it was an additional, I think, $400 or it was $600 more a year out of our household. I know senior citizens on a fixed income that can barely afford groceries, and that's if they're not going to in debt to do it. How are they going to pay this extra $600? And next year, it's going to be what?
This is the story I share. This is the story. Sorry, I didn't mean to step in there, Holly. This is the story I share, and this is true. This happened last winter. We got a brand new washer and dryer at our house, and our dryer we had was almost like new. I mean, it was not that old, and we put out there to some folks about getting this dryer to somebody. We got that dryer to a lady who lives in Stansbury Park who had been drying her clothes in the middle of winter on a clothesline in the backyard. And because she didn't have the money to buy a dryer, and she had been doing that for 4 years. It's not just a story. We're not just making this up, that there are people on fixed incomes in Stansbury who this is going to be a real burden on them. That we're not. It's not just something that we're telling because it sounds good. It's really happening.
It is true. And I know that it appeared at least like it was falling on deaf ears. And that is the most aggravating thing. And watching the GM at the time have to basically sit on her hands at every question. Somebody asked recently, can you just give me a detailed spending report? Well, those are online. You can find our budget. No. What constitutes this and this and this? I want to see the details. The devil is in the details. Why can't you live within these means? Why is the county not raising taxes, the state not raising taxes, and yet this little community, they're raising them 104% now 2 years running? Why?
And to broaden this out to your broader audience, especially your broader audience in Tooele County, North Tooele County Fire Department is increasing their taxes every year. The school district, look what the school district's doing. It's not just Stansbury. So don't think that we're just that Holly and I are here to talk about our little corner of the world where it's happening to us. It's not just happening to us, it's happening to everybody. Yep. And so we've got to be more active. Not everybody has to do what Holly does and become the chair of the county Republican Party. Not everybody has to be on the executive committee for the Republican Party or on the state central committee. We don't have to go out and be I'm not asking everybody to do that. All I'm asking you to do is show up, be heard. That's really all it is. And we're seeing this. Look what just happened in Salt Lake and I work in sports radio, and I love sports, and I love hockey, and I love sports. But the crony capitalism that's going on, and that we're going to be, even if we don't live in Salt Lake, when we go to Salt Lake, we're going to be paying for that. And it's a boondoggle. And there's too much of it going on. And the only way it's going to stop is when we say enough and we stand up and stop it at the local level. All politics is local. If we stop it at the local level, it will work its way up to the larger levels. But we've got to stop it at our local levels.
Oh, but right now, all we're supposed to pay attention to is the race for POTUS.
I know.
Nobody even pays attention to their senator race or their congressperson race, let alone their local races. All that matters is POTUS. We get our guy in there, and the world's all right, and it doesn't matter if it seems like our nation is designed right now at this time, and it's been this way before historically, to work for the ultra wealthy. And
it is. It's so wrong. And what's funny is we're fighting over who has a 6 handicap or an 8 handicap, and who will carry their clubs and who won't carry their clubs, and who's not going to drool on themselves and who's not going to mess their britches. Did you watch his
speech yesterday?
I did.
Oh, that was.
I get.
Well, I'll tell you, Vice President Trump, she is a sharp-looking woman.
And President Putin. Let me introduce you to President Putin earlier.
President Putin from Ukraine, the Ukrainian president. Maybe he's just calling the future, because unless
Maybe.
we start delivering our young men to that hallowed ground, that's what's going to happen.
But I'll tell you, I want to know the whole story over there too. The gentleman who owns the company I work for owns a lot of different companies in Utah. He's been doing a very large philanthropic effort in Ukraine. And from what I'm hearing from him and what we heard from him, he did a presentation to our broadcast group just for a lunch. We had a lunch with, all hands on deck. So it was sales, marketing, the traffic team, the on-air talent, everybody was in there. It's not the despair that we're being shared with us. I'd really like to know the full story, and I don't think we're getting the full story.
When he says it's not the despair, break that down, because
so he's
and
been
maybe the
houses.
videos I saw are fake, but I saw videos of them walking down the street and grabbing young men with Down syndrome into conscription. Is that fake?
I think maybe
now their women are still going to clubs. I mean,
so what he showed, what he's building is like homes for seniors and like housing complexes for families and temporary housing and things. It was really remarkable. And these weren't doctored, and they were in Ukraine. And there was there wasn't the angst. Their biggest angst is making money, making enough money to live day to day. The just like us, everyday people. He's built a manufacturing firm there with them. They're building chicken coops. Like the guys are building chicken coops and selling them online across the world. So there are good things going on in Ukraine, but we're never hearing about those. But even here, what drives me crazy is we talk about Trump and we talk about Biden. I get giddy when my wife hits over $700 in groceries in a month, because I know I'm going to get $1 off my tank of gas in the next month. We're pretty much empty nesters. We should not have to be spending that much on groceries. And so, hello, people, they're wanting to raise our and they say they're not going to allow them to do it, but Energy's wanting to raise our energy rates 30%. These are the things I want these politicians talking about. I want to know why in my hometown of Seattle, people are afraid to leave their car because it's going to get stolen, or they're going to get mugged, or they're going to have to step over somebody, with needles in their arm.
It's turned into San Francisco.
Oh, horribly. And here's the sad thing, Holly. Salt Lake isn't much better. I work right downtown.
I was down there last weekend, and I actually feel real concern if I have to walk to my car alone. I have never felt that I used to live downtown and would walk everywhere at any time of day alone. I don't feel that anymore.
My friend Daryl Davis and I, 30 years ago, when I first moved here, 32 years ago, before I was even married, my friend Daryl Davis and I, we would walk all over downtown at like midnight, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock in the morning. We sit and talk to different people and didn't even think about it. But now I look straight ahead. I don't look side to side, because I can't tell if the guy next to me, who looks like he hasn't had a bath in 3 months and is talking like he's talking on a phone, if he actually has earbuds in his ears, or if he's just talking to voices in his head. I'm not making that up. That really happened to me this week.
It's 100%. Can you name a Democrat-run city that's functioning for the average person right now?
I honestly can't. And so those are the things. And so to circle back to what we're talking about, it all starts with us taking control of our taxes and what's going on at the local level, because those are the people who work their way up the food chain to become the people that we end up sending to Washington. So we've got to start, separating the herd at the lower levels and training them in the right way to do things, and that taxes and taxation are not the answers.
Well, you want to hear
is in the free market.
My honest opinion on it is and I think it's starting to sort itself out now, is our colleges. Because all these things, they all have one thing in common, is they've all produced this progressive young communist who's all flooded into these cities to these high-paying jobs and brought their idealism with them. And so they've all
By
implemented them.
design.
And those young college kids, they don't get out of college and move to Tooele to proffer their wares out here. They move to, if
Blue
they move to
cities.
Utah, they move to the corridor. They
Mhm.
move to Ogden, Salt Lake, Provo. That's
Lehigh.
it.
Yeah.
And they move in there and they start bringing their politics with them. And their politics are, oh, that homeless drug addict, he's just been dealt a bad hand. We should really put forth a lot of energy. And I know if we just give him a little more of our money and a little more deference, and maybe let him assault the young lady in the park once every 6 months and beat up the guy at the ATM every 3 months, eventually he'll turn around. And those people, their life was dealt to them perfect. That's why we should allow them to be victims for this guy who, chose to go down the
Empathy.
path of heroin and
Empathy is the
methamphetamine.
death of this
I
country.
think they've honestly, Jared, and I'm being serious when I say that, I think that's the people that came out in our generation. I think it's worse now.
Oh yeah, 100% worse.
Yeah,
It's extent. And here's the thing: right now, if you have a child who's turned 18 and you're sending them to college, unless they're going to be a medical doctor
Or a lawyer.
I don't think lawyers need to go to college. And in California, you don't. You can intern into being a lawyer. You can intern through the bar.
It
You don't.
should be that if you can pass the bar, you can be a lawyer.
I
You
don't-
shouldn't
yeah.
have to go to.
Now, doctors, I think doctors might be a good thing, but unless you're sending your kid off to that, you are making a grave mistake with your offspring.
We got really lucky. Our kids all went to college, and came out unscathed.
But they went to a private school, right?
No.
They didn't go to BYU.
No, they didn't go to BYU. Oh gosh, no. Oh,
Okay,
college.
go Utes.
BYU's
We need to have a conversation.
not any better.
No.
I'm still bitter about 1983 and the undefeated season BYU had in stealing the national championship from my University of Washington Huskies. My kids will never, or my grandkids will ever go to BYU. No.
I like your style.
Well,
Can I just
I mean,
say something?
McMahon's a great individual.
Steve Young was a great individual.
He was.
It's
not him. I'm more tongue in cheek, but no. Our son went to U of U, and our other kids have went to like Snow College and to other universities.
Go Badgers.
And they came out unscathed, and we're really lucky with that. But a lot of it was because I think we set them up and prepared them for what they were going to hear and what they were going to see.
And plus, you give them a core foundation while they're young, and that way, because I learned too. I went to Snow and Dixie, and the thing is like, I thought what I was hearing I was arguing with my professors about. It didn't dawn on me that he's going to fail me for having a differing opinion on guns, because it was a different time.
Mm-hmm.
I could have a very good conversation, and it became a teachable moment for the professor and something that I learned. But I came from a home of conservatives, veterans, and I was coming from a place of truth and my understanding of the country and all of that. And my professor would challenge me on wars like Vietnam, on things that maybe I wasn't fully understood, but there was a totally different time. Now, guns are bad, and you're going to get failed if you disagree with climate change and its effects by man, or pro-gun issues. Like, kids are getting failed for this now, but it's all by design.
Did you guys see the article yesterday? I guess because a lot of this is taking place it's not just our colleges. The place we really have to be mindful about what's going on is in our human resources departments.
Absolutely.
Well, that's what's killed our colleges. That's what's killed our education system.
I think the government killed it.
Did you hear what happened yesterday? And their heads exploded. The leading organization that works with the HR people. I can't remember the name of the organization, but they are taking the E out of DEI. They're taking the equity out of diversity, equity, inclusion, and just making it diversity and inclusion.
Actually, DEI is going away totally. They're working on a new one.
It was hilarious.
MIE, meritocracy.
You interrupted him.
No, he's fine. He's fine.
So now it's just called DI.
But it's just DI. I didn't even think about it. It's DI. Diversity.
Yeah.
It's DI. It's the LDS Church is going to take it over, and they're going to sell 3 of that.
They should sue them. They should sue for trademark infringement.
Yes,
but no, they're moving away from that. The big companies, This is a big push coming down from the top. But we're working with multiple issues. Here's what we're working with: multiple issues, and the reason the youth are getting so I guess radical on this stuff is they have every right to, because our boomers are not letting go of any of the wealth, any of the power, any of the control, and every law they push protects the executive class. The old people protects their wealth, their housing, their everything.
Rich executive class.
Well, even
our middle class seniors are getting any benefit of this.
What we're seeing right now, and I'm sorry I interrupt you both, but this just hit me like a bolt of lightning. What we're seeing right now, we've been talking about with President Biden not relieving himself from the presidency, is a metaphor. That's a metaphor for what you're talking about, Jared.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's what's been going on. Look at Feinstein. Look at Pelosi. All of them.
Look at our presidential candidates. Both of them, including Trump. All of the big leaders in politics are boomers.
Yeah. But what it's done is it's stripped opportunity away from the youth. There is no way your average kid right now is going to be buying a house. No way your average kid.
My son's 29. My son is 29. He graduated from college. So he graduated, went on his mission, came home, did 4 years of college, graduated during COVID. He is stuck in our basement. He works 2 jobs. He works for Eric. He works for Eric Umbrick, who was chatting earlier. My kid's a good kid, and he's working hard. He can't even afford. There was an article earlier this week that you have to make $4,500 a month to be able to afford a apartment in Utah,
which is unheard of.
Yeah, there's no way he can do that. And so it's holding him up. He's wanting to get married. He's wanting to do stuff, but it's hard to date when you have to bring your date home to your parents' house. If you want to watch a movie or something.
That sounds like fun at 29. Here's the question.
No, but I'm just saying that they're stunting the growth of an entire generation, because we're not an isolated incident with this.
They're radicalizing them. How long before young men are out in the streets with guns or with pitchforks and torches?
They don't want to have babies. They can't even afford to feed themselves, let alone to procreate.
And they've been indoctrinated to not have babies.
My daughter was very lucky. She has a full-time job and good insurance. So when she had our first grandbaby here in April, she's okay.
Congratulations on that.
She's
very cute baby.
I'm not gonna lie, Papa Chad, I'm liking it. But here's the thing. She had a week's maternity leave.
That's ridiculous.
Her company is out of Chicago. If she worked under Chicago's office, she got 6 weeks. Now, we're all for states' rights, and I believe in states' rights too, but something's got to change on this stuff. We've got to make it easier for these kids. We've got to motivate them to want to live what really is the American dream, which is own home, have a job, have a little bit of money in the bank, and be able to live your life the way that you want to live it.
Here's my thoughts on that. I think if we look at it, I'm 100% 10th Amendment guy. I think that's the 10th Amendment is the only thing we can do to avoid the Great Lead Exchange. We've got to preach it. We've got to get people to believe in it, including the radical commie lefties. If they believe in it, you can have your pinko state. You can go move there and live there and be happy. And let people select where they live and surround themselves with what they want. But
we need to hit some comments. Sorry.
Hold on. The thing we can control general welfare wise is our government. We need to lock them down. And the what the government has done that has wrecked our housing market is, one, the quickest and easiest answer. We've got to start reining in the regulation. Regulations destroy the housing market. They make it so that they won't even build a 2-bedroom, 1-bath house anymore.
No more
because
1,200 square feet houses.
Because-
Townhome mansions, townhome mansions.
Yeah, the reason is because the barrier to entry is that $20,000 hookup to the city fee. That's your first barrier. If you're going to try to build a house that has a sell value of $150,000, you're not going to be able to argue with the bank that $20,000 disappeared at the moment you signed your signature.
Yeah, it's not worth it to the bank.
No bank is going to underwrite that. They're going to be like, that's the dumbest loss I've ever heard of.
But they'll give a loan to somebody whose credit score is a 400.
So they've got to make these houses $300,000 so that $20,000 is a little tiny percentage. You can't be shaving 10% off the start. You just cannot.
Just to get to some questions really fast, David says, can you take control in a democracy? Norma says they are systematically removing our choices and freedoms. Dave says no to lawyers. You take a YouTube Academy for all lawyers. So I can appreciate that. I really can. I mean, if they can pass the bar, that's all I care about.
Don't
really.
even have to do YouTube. Just read the law books and get to know them.
Norma says we need to support constituents who support the masses. That's absolutely true. David says corn syrup protection. You can set up 3 tents per room in an Airbnb and rent those tents for $600 a month. There's no excuse to not own a house. David, it's that initial investment in that house that is the problem.
Dude, when I went down with Alex, holy cow, with my son, first of all, the offerings that were out there made the Beverly Hillbillies cabin look fantastic. And then, so my son, he's making good money. He had $20,000 in the bank to buy a house. And he said he's making more than I did when I bought my house, a lot more, even inflation percentage wise. And they said, you need a cosigner for this because your interest rate will be, they hit the calculator, 18% or some crazy thing like that, whatever it was. And I'm like, he needs a cosigner. He's walking in with $20,000 to put down on this house.
Probably an 800 credit score.
And he has a good credit score. He has all that.
No, it doesn't make sense for our young people. And that's, David's saying everyone should have a tent city inside their living room. I know he's saying that tongue in cheek, but unless you have a group of people
I do right now,
that go in together and purchase a home, like our children are looking at roommates forever. And if that's not your parents, then it's somebody your age who is struggling as much as you are. How are they going to reproduce? And with the birth shortage we have already, who's taking care of us when we're old?
There's already an ad running, Holly, that is promoting that. It's 3 young ladies who went in together to buy a home, and they did it by and it shows like how they got their mortgage and how they reached able to use Orbit to get, I think it's an Orbit ad, or Rocket Mortgage, one of the two. And they are three not related, no girlfriend, nothing like that. Just 3 that bought a house together. They're already promoting it. They're promoting that in advertising.
You have to. And then you have multiple people, so you can afford these great big giant houses where all of us were raised in houses that, 1,200, 1,500 square feet with multiple kids.
Yeah.
I mean, and that's what's called a starter home. And this is, let me get back to Stansbury Park. I don't expect my son to graduate from high school and move into Stansbury Park. It took my husband and I a long time to get there. And it costs us every month to live in that location. It's a beautiful location. We feel so very blessed with some of the best neighbors that you could ever ask for. Definitely. But this is something that this is their end game plan, where they're living on a retirement, where they have done all their work. And for a tax of this hike to come up over and over again, in Stansbury, they were having such a problem on the causeway going over to the island of people pulling their cars up onto the sidewalks, breaking sidewalks, pulling it onto the lawn, ruining the lawn, that it took somebody on the Stansbury resident page to go, we need to paint a no parking strip all the way along there because they are damaging the green space. And very next weekend, there was a small little strip part, painted there. So the people just parked on the other side because these people don't live in our park. They don't live in the community. They're coming from outside the community to fish on what we found out after the fact. When we moved here, it was a private lake, but we find out later that it's a public lake. But Fish and Game isn't patrolling for licenses. They're not patrolling for, registered watercraft. And so they don't give a crap. Yet the residents we're paying for these folks to come into our community, use the facility, the lake. We're paying for that. And that has to be addressed until there is a way to make money to support all these people coming, even if it's a simple parking pass they have to buy. And they have to buy it or they're cited, something like that. Now they've painted both sides of the causeway all red for no parking. Do you think one person follows that?
They don't. Don't get me started about red causeway parking. In our neighborhood where they have the soccer fields, I go through it every fall. It's marked red. There's no parking signs, and the parents still park there because they don't want to have to walk. It's crazy.
Yeah, we got our next guy about ready to jump in, but I want to go back to that regular, and he's talking about taxes. Just we're jumping to another location, but back to that regulation thing. What if, conspiracy minded, that regulation is the old people who are in charge are setting up these regulations as a protectionist measure to maintain the value of their home into their twilight years?
They never own their home, though.
The problem is, Jared, with that, there's only two people on our board who
No, I'm talking nationally. I'm talking in every, this started in California. There's a whole study on it. It started in California in the late 60s. They started, the people who owned homes, this very group, the boomers, which God forbid when they go away, we'll wonder what this nation will look like. But the boomers, they started doing this in the suburbs in California, doing, for lack of a better term, regulating in a red line to make sure that their home value stayed up. So they wouldn't let homes be built across the way or down the street, because when it does that, it dilutes their home value even by 1%.
Or low cost housing.
And they drove it through all of the local city councils, through HOAs. That's when that appeared. HOAs, that's a communist abomination. Honestly, do not come to my house saying,
unless
hey,
you have a good one like we do, right, Chad?
Should we start your HOA is...
Chad's on our board, right?
Your HOA is defamed.
Our HOA,
yeah,
we actually voted to not have one.
Yeah, it was.
We have it so that it's not, so that someone can't come in and bring one in later. So there is still an HOA, but
we have to have one, but we don't have rules and restrictions and controls.
10 years ago, your HOA was a little stronger, though.
No,
or 15.
When I got here, and we had the architectural committee, and it was an adventure when I first got here to Stansbury, but it's a lot better now. And
how long have you been in Stansbury?
We got here in 2002.
That's the same as me.
Yeah, and so we
paid $36 a year, and that has never changed. And we don't have people patrolling, and we don't have any. No. I've never had any bad experience with HOA.
No, ours has been good, but it's what Jared said. We defanged it. But I know you've got to get to your other guests. I just want to thanks for having me on. Thanks for letting us talk about this. The thing I want to stress is, if you, wherever you live, attend your meetings, please. You got to be involved. Like I say, you don't have to be, become a block captain or a precinct chair or anything like that, but just be engaged to the level that you can be engaged. Please
use your voice, because they work for you, and remind them of that. And
then I'm going to make a shameful plug. I've got an op-ed that'll be in the paper on Friday afternoon before the event. I'm also going to post it
Wednesday afternoon.
Yeah, Wednesday afternoon before the meeting. But I'm also going to post it on Facebook on the Stansbury residents page on Monday, so people have a chance to read it. Holly has seen it. She knows what it says. I don't think I burned too many bridges with too many people with it, but I hope it gets people motivated to be engaged. We just
Well,
need
you're
to be
famous for fully scorching the ground everywhere you go. But the thing about this issue is you're not wrong. And we need to stand up for those people who don't have a voice. And maybe our specialties are standing up. I know that, I mean, there's a couple members of the agency that I absolutely adore. And it's hard for me not to. I understand what they're trying to do. You know what? That's not true. I know one member of the agency who's engaged with our political I see him in our political circles. He's a hardworking guy. I know he's a conservative guy. The thing is, he's one of 5, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I want him to stand up. I want him to maybe give up some of his projects that he's focused on until we can get our footing and find out where we're at financially. Because there's so much more private industry can do that it's almost like a total power grab coming out of this agency. And the power, I don't understand. They're not making a lot of money. They're certainly not making many friends. But why keep pushing something that is so unpopular? It's so unpopular. And we really, really, we have to get this under control. And that happens by our members of our community getting engaged. I've got this posted on the Stansbury residents page. I have no idea if they're going to take it down. I have no idea. And I even posted that we're talking about the upcoming Stansbury agency meeting. Guest is Chad Saunders. Tune in at 3 p.m. So if they censor me, I mean, that tells me exactly what we need to know. And that is that they don't want us. And Chad and I have not made friends. In fact, we're not, Heather, Chad, me, they're not fans of ours. And yet at the end of the day, we're just trying, I am going to these to defend my neighbor, to defend my parents, even though they don't live there. They're going through this. Property taxes are through the roof, and the school board is asking for more. Folks, the district is asking for more. So how do we get through 2024 able to pay for 2025? A lot of us are struggling. A lot of us.
Even those of us who are blessed to have good incomes and to be able to know that your bills are getting paid every month and not being scared month to month. We're all feeling it. They're not making friends. They're not making money, a lot of money with what they're doing. They're also not making any improvements. And really, we need the improvements. But I want one last thing, and Holly knows why I'm doing this. This is a preemptive shot. I have helped every way I can with what I do for a living to get people out to the golf course, to promote what we're doing. I've given them marketing ideas. I have volunteered in the ways that I can. I don't like it when there are a couple people on the board who suggest that we're not doing enough. Holly and I, Heather, others, Trent Ladle, we can't forget Trent. Trent has been very active in this, in trying to understand and what's going on. We help where we can. We really do. So they need to keep that out of their mouths.
Well, here's the thing. These folks could do so much better just by listening. And we have a community that wants to protect our community. We want to enjoy the community that we live our whole lives to try to live in. We know we're blessed. We know it's a beautiful community, but even people who have good paying jobs are suffering.
Yeah.
And I mean, I can't work as of late and with my health issues, and we feel it every month. I can only imagine what people who have a set amount every single month are doing to survive. And my parents alone, they did everything right, everything. And then they have to use a credit card to buy dinners and food. It's insane. It's insane. Yeah. My father's a veteran. I mean, they're seniors and they do benefit from property tax, they get the benefit of Tooele City for giving property taxes and all of that. But they can't afford this economy. We cannot, as Americans, afford any more of what's happening in this country. And if we don't get up and just get engaged at the most local level, I'm afraid we're complicit.
We
Well,
are. It starts with us, and it starts at all politics is local. That's what I started out saying that. I'll finish off saying that so you can get your guy on.
Yeah,
But
we need to
all-
study England in the 70s.
Show up
Or
on
Rome.
show up on Wednesday if you can, please. We need the help.
It's
Yeah.
at 7 p.m. at the clubhouse. Please talk to your neighbors.
Imagine-
Bring a neighbor with you.
Imagine
know.
if you just got 100 of your neighbors there.
We
I think-
did. We did last time.
I don't think you had 100.
They ignored us.
I think if you had 100 there and they looked over that sea, I think they would pause for
You
a
went
minute.
with us
I was there.
because it was standing room only.
You had, what did you have? I'll bet you had about 60.
Oh, I think we had more than that.
Do
They
you?
were spilling out into the hallway. It was standing room only. I mean, I bet we had 50 people talk.
I think, yeah, I think we're somewhere. I think we're somewhere in between the two. I think we were a little higher than 60, maybe not quite 100, but we had a good showing.
But these meetings normally, maybe 10,
Yeah, maybe 10.
maybe
20 if
10,
we're
and
lucky.
they're always the same people.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Heather,
This has to
her
stop.
husband, and a couple other people. All right.
Chad,
Thanks again,
you're
Chad.
a good friend.
Have
I
a good one.
appreciate you being on
I'll be a
today.
little less scorched earth. Papa Chad-ism has mellowed me out a little bit.
Okay, that
Oh.
little baby, she's so cute. Say hi to the wife
I'll
for me.
I'll
I
carry
will.
the mantle for you.
Thanks, guys.
See you later, man. All right, now we're bringing in Brian. Brian, how are you?
I am doing great. And yourself?
I'm good. Okay, none of us have ever met Brian before. I'm Jared. This is Holly.
Nice to meet you, Brian. Thank
So-
you for being on the show today.
Yeah, and this is another kind of tax thing. Jeff reached out to me and told me about a 3% tax hike up where you're at. Is that correct?
It's a 0.3%.
Yeah, 0.3. Go ahead and tell us the story of that.
Well, I'll go back a little bit. Last October, our conservative commissioners in Uintah County proposed a 72% property tax on the residents. And
What?
that got a couple of thousand people at the convention center out, and they got a little interesting. Shut them down. They withdrew the tax, walked away, and then I was at a county commission meeting on another item, and without any public comment, without any, it was basically a 3-minute, hey, this is what we have, this is what we're going to do. Well, there was one day, they passed a 0.3% sales tax for public safety. Well, the money's going to go to the jail, which that's wonderful. And if it all went to the jail and if it all stayed there, I'd probably pay it. But I know that the way government funding is that they're going to throw $5 million into the top, and they're going to pull $5 million out of the bottom, and they're going to go and do whatever pet project.
Into a general fund. So it wouldn't be a public safety fund like it should be. It's going to go into the general fund to be spent how they spend.
Absolutely.
That's a crime. That's criminal to me.
And that is our conservative county commissioners. So it is it. And what I really, really, really hate, even more than the tax, is the process.
Yeah.
Sit down, shut up, pay it. There's no talk, there's no discussion on it. It's, hey, we've already figured this out. Boom, done. You're go pay the tax, shut up.
So they did a truth and taxation meeting and everyone showed up for that. So
Yep.
they switch gears on the property tax and they go into this public safety tax. Look, I am all for if a county is suffering in the public service industry or public protections, fire, police, I believe there should be a tax, but that tax should be in a fund that is only accessible to your county sheriff And that way he's accountable for the expenses and for any overreach, for if any is left over, that it carries over into the next year, that we're not raising it year to year to year. Because then it's so itemized, we know exactly what's needed to keep our public safety. Law enforcement is protected, fire's protected. They've got all the right devices. They've got enough employees. They might need new machines or new cars or whatever, but it's so accounted for. And you've got that one person, that elected sheriff, who has to answer to the people. I would be for that in a county, but the second they say it's going into a general fund, I'm out. I'm sure the sheriff is out.
Well,
if he has to think about it.
I went to the sheriff and I said, "Are you going to get $5 million?" And he looked at me and he said, "Brian, really?
What do you think?"
What do you think?"
That's disgusting.
Did he giggle when he said it?
Absolutely. He found out about it the day before the meeting.
So was it not on the agenda?
It was on the agenda, but it was public safety tax discussion.
So what is the requirement by law? How much, when does it mean you have to do a truth and taxation meeting? Is it a certain percentage?
I'm not sure about that.
Yeah, me neither.
Like I said, I was there for a different agenda. And when I saw that, I left and I went and got some other citizens and said, we can't let this stand.
So where do you go from here?
So we're doing a referendum. We have to get 2,100 signatures, which is approximately 11 or 12% of the voting population. And we have until basically the end of the month to get that. We're a little bit over halfway done, but you'll love this part. 2 weeks ago, they went into session and said, "Oh yeah, there's an old law that we've never done before." So they went and they divided the county into 4 quadrants. And now we don't just have to get signatures from the county, we have to get certain number of signatures from each quadrant.
So they essentially gerrymandered.
Yeah.
Oh.
And signatures are no joke, because every one of those pamphlets that you're taking out there, you have to witness that signature, and then you turn it in under penalty of law if any of those signatures are not correct. And then, some of them may not be approved by the county clerk, depending on the signature, and you're on these deadlines. So people, and you in a county, if you believe in this and someone's got a petition, find out what it means, what it's about, give them your signature, and make sure you fill everything out properly to make this easier. We've seen so many referendums in our county throughout the days, and some I agree with, some I don't, but it's serious business and it's hard work getting signatures.
It is very hard work.
Especially in quadrants. That's crazy.
Well, if you get them there, they'll hurry up and jump it. Oh, there was 8 quadrants.
No, think about it. If they did that to us in Tooele County, that would mean we'd have to have somebody gathering signatures in Wendover.
Yes.
Yeah.
At the same time, you've got a couple people where our whole mass of our population is, and then you've got them as far clear out to Vernon. They're requiring signatures from these different areas, and Uinta is it's a small populace, right? But you're a big county.
Absolutely. And I went to one of the county commissioners and I said, did you go through 3rd grade? And he looked at me and he goes, "Of course." And I said, "Every 3rd grader knows that you don't change the rules after the game started."
Absolutely.
You're not an honorable person.
Have you talked to the state auditor yet? Is this even legal to add to the referendum after the fact?
We haven't.
Get on the phone with Tina Cannon.
Yeah, Tina's a good friend of mine. I should do that. In fact, I will do that. But we really want to just get the number and shove it down their throat and say, "Did it? Even though you changed the rules, what do you want to do next?"
Get 3,000 signatures.
That's our goal. 3,000 signatures. So,
oh my goodness.
Out on the 24th. Next Friday, we have a live remote with a radio station on Main Street. We got one the next Friday. I think the 19th and the 26th. Everyone we've talked to is still mad about the thing back in October, which was ridiculous. And then for them to just slip stuff under the radar, they're shocked.
Brian, give us an idea of what your history is. Like, what do you do do you work on a capacity at the county, or you're just a Smojo citizen who just has had enough?
Well, I'm the State Farm agent in Vernal. So
okay.
I sell insurance, but I've been very involved. I've been here for 25 years. I moved from Louisiana. But I've been a state delegate for 24 years. I've been county chair for a couple of terms, Chamber of Commerce president. I'm really involved in the community. I love this place, but I don't understand what they're doing. They have, and if you really want to get into the weeds, we had a county commissioner probably 10 or 12 years ago that we're paying our county employees, and of course they get URS, right? Utah Retirement System, 18%, and these are ballpark figures. Well, this person said, "Oh, well, public safety is getting more than them," so they institute an 8% 401k.
Oh, do they risk their lives every day?
No.
Going to work?
No. This is they gave the other county employees.
That's what I'm saying. Of course, you're going to give public safety higher. They literally risk their lives every day.
Absolutely, yeah. They're running after people at 2:00 in the morning that I've never seen before. So and risking their lives. They should. And if this tax even went to them, I would do it.
Yeah, I'm with you.
But I know that these guys are just going to steal that money, and they're going to go it, and it's going to be their slush fund.
So how do you rally people? You probably invite your buddy Jake from State Farm. He would be great. It'd also be great to have the sheriff maybe help you do a little rallying, and maybe you think about proposing, hey, let's do a public safety tax in the near future that is specific to public safety only.
So this is, what's funny is the Utah Sheriff's Association, I just got finished writing a check to the Utah Sheriff's Association. So it's not like I'm a person that doesn't like law enforcement. I'll do whatever I need to do for those guys to make them healthy and safe and prosperous. That's important. But this is misleading, and it's fraudulent in my opinion, and it's not the right thing to do. So
why the general fund? Did they say?
Well, they no, and they don't say. When I was talking to one of the commissioners, this was our lady commissioner, Sonia Norton, I said A and B are not equaling C to me. And I've been on boards, I've done budgets, I see numbers. I said, show me where the money's going. And she goes, yeah, we haven't done a really good job of showing that. And I said, you haven't done any job of showing that. If A and B equals C, I would support you. If you can show me where A and B equals C, I will support you. I will back out of this thing.
Show me your checks and balances at least.
And she still hasn't brought up anything. And so we're going forward. The process
sounds just like Stansbury. This sounds like what I'm dealing with my local agency, only they're raising us 104% in both of the agencies that run my community. And
absolutely.
She's unincorporated, but I think we're going to see this because governments are feeling inflation as well. And I'll bet if we looked around every municipality, every city, we're seeing stuff like this occur.
Oh,
and
I
think, yeah, nationwide. And I think it's gonna end. Its ending is going to be a stark retraction of government. Government is if you just federal government is the single largest employer in the United States.
Absolutely.
And if you add in the municipalities, good hell, I'll bet Stalin dreamed of getting to numbers like that.
Absolutely. If
If
you look at the jobs reports, I look at the jobs reports sent out by Zions Bank in the state, the workforce services every quarter. The number one or number two for the last 8 quarters has been government employees.
Can I just say, this is what irritates me. And, I am a chair of currently, so I have to be supportive of whoever's in office, right? But
Right.
The question I had with Governor Cox is you're touting all these numbers in Utah and about all these jobs have been out of Utah. How many are state jobs? Because the federal government's doing the same thing. And if they're not part-time jobs going to either maybe illegal non-citizens or whatever, or they're going as a 4th job or a 3rd job to a family. And I mean, how many are run by the state? And I'm not getting an answer, because here's my thought. If we decided as a people to shrink our government for our own benefit, how many people would say, oh, absolutely not, because I'm employed by the government. I'm not going to shrink anything. I'm a bureaucrat and I'm employed. And not only me, but so is my wife and my kid as soon as he turns 18. It's like,
my brother-in-law or my parents' retirement.
Yeah, a number of people, they're dependent on the government to eat. They're not gonna argue against it. They're certainly not going to ask for revisions or, some shrinking of departments. It's only growing, and we are compliant. Complacent. What are we? Compliant?
Complacent.
Both.
Complacent.
Yeah, we are both.
What the county commissioners have done is now they're pointing fingers. Look at Brian Gorham doesn't want you to succeed. So they're playing that card, and I'm running a small business here.
Right.
And my wife says, what if we have, we insure a lot of county people, what happens? And I said, you have to draw a line. And if they need to go somewhere else, that's okay. I'm going to survive. I'm going to be okay. But freedom is not pretty all the time. And freedom is not, I look at the founding fathers and how many of those guys died penniless.
Broke. Yeah.
Their families were destroyed. And I'm sitting here in an air conditioned room, experiencing the American dream, and I can't put something on the line. You doggone right, I'm gonna put something on the line. And if you don't like it, you can go somewhere else. All states looking for policies.
Well, this is the thing. If you're not willing to stand up, for what's right, even if it means you stand alone,
absolutely,
your freedom is a dream. And we are so on the cusp of that already, that it's just like a fever dream the United States citizen is having, that we live in a free country. Because when you look at the overreach and you look at the punishment that is given to hardworking Americans, especially business owners that keep so many people employed, they're becoming the villain. Or the government's so powerful, not only are you the villain, but they're going to destroy you with lawyers and with their PR teams and using your money, your taxpayer dollars.
Exactly.
And you are a business owner who is putting money into the county, money that relieves me from having to pay, because businesses pay a lot more in their corporate tax rate. That's insane to me that they would try to go after you, but I am not surprised, sadly, especially in small towns.
Yeah.
They're going to elbow you out, but I hope you have a lot of people. You've got a good base there of folks.
We're supposed to be one of the most conservative counties in the nation.
Right.
And commissioners are acting like liberals. And that's not who we are. And that's not what we're going to stand for.
Well, we've seen the way this movie ends throughout history, when the government gets overswollen and then finds out that, our nation's not producing enough to keep our government alive. And then they have 2 routes. Either they collapse
Yep.
Or the government goes into where they do away with private business so that the government can then start making money for itself. And
And even
everyone
then,
gets to wear beige.
they
And
eventually collapse.
suddenly the skyline is in sepia tone. We know how this works. And then the AK-47 gets invented and you use that to suppress people. I mean, we know how this movie ends, and
yeah,
that's where we're headed.
Right. Well,
I'm here to tell you, I've had to be the face of no on my own community when they were trying to incorporate, and there was a lot of citizens that just didn't want their face out there or the knowledge that they were fighting this, but they were willing to help me fund it. And even if it was $5, $1, $20, $100, get the signage. We'll help you, but if you're brave enough to be the face, and I was, and I had a lot to risk, and it was really difficult, and I made some enemies that I'm sad to say that, but I was standing up for what I thought was right, and I knew I wasn't alone because I had the support of people, which I hope you do, that they'll help you fund something like this, and if not, and they want to, I hope they know who to get in touch with to help you. But at the same time, like I know what it's like, and it can be extremely lonely, and it's hard on your family, and it's hard on, the people who love you and your friends. But I have no regrets because I knew what I was doing was right. And I had no skin in the game other than being a member of the community. I wasn't trying to be the mayor. I wasn't trying to defend my local government, for their ways. It just didn't, A plus B didn't equal C, like you said.
Yep.
And I don't regret it at all. And if it comes up again, if they can make it work, I'll be their biggest supporter. But the way it's going, it's not working. And I feel really lucky in our community. We've got 5 councilmen, and so far, we just changed from a commission to council. What are we now, 4 years in 2020?
Yep.
And I've been so pleasantly surprised, and transparency has been highly important.
And they're running on a new financial system where they run a lot more streamlined.
They try not to buy anything until it's paid for, which I know it's unheard of.
I'm just wondering when your commissioners are going to come around and say, this is an awful nice insurance agency you have here. It'd be a terrible thing if something happened to it.
Sounds like they're already saying that in not so many words.
Well, the reason I was actually at the first county commission meeting is I was watching, and I have a group of people that are looking at changing the form of county government. So they're already bristling, but I went to 7 county meetings in a row, and I saw 5 things that shocked me.
And you didn't normally go to those, I'm assuming.
I work.
Right.
They're at 9 o'clock on a Monday morning. I'm putting out fires.
That's insane. Why aren't they happening when people can actually attend? I mean, even one of our commissioners, when he first was elected, he's like, this time of these meetings are insane. We need the public involved. So he set them to Tuesday at 7 p.m.
Absolutely.
And a lot more people showed up. Yeah.
The only people, and one of the ladies turned to me and she said, you would never get this form of government. You would never get anyone to do this type of county government. And I looked around and I said, there are 6 of us here that want to talk about that with the county commissioners. We're the only 6 that aren't getting paid to be here.
It's true.
Everyone in that room was either retired or B, was getting paid to be there.
And that's going to be your argument when you do, because I was on that board, watching that meeting happen when we were doing our change of government. And the biggest argument was you're only going to get retired people or stay-at-home moms or dads that can do it. And what I do know is that they don't pay much. It's considered part-time, but they give far more hours than 20 hours a week. They give 40 at that price. And, there's nothing to stop them voting themselves raises. There's nothing to stop them to go full time. So I would just be very thoughtful, get to know and do research extensively for like a year and talk to other counties who do it, because I know it's a lot on a community.
Yeah. Well, I was chairman of our fire district here for 15 years, and I gave hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of hours. Didn't get paid a penny. It's a service. I look at the founding fathers they gave service, they went home, they provided for their families in a different way other than on the public dime.
And I'm a GOP chair.
Absolutely.
The pay is terrible.
It is.
Oh, that noble capitalist dream.
It's terrible, but I wouldn't want it any other way.
Yeah.
My intentions are not to profit or to be powerful. My intentions is to represent my neighbors and their vote in the only way I can, in the best way that I think I can. So I totally appreciate service. And we always invite our council on, members of the council, and we are so grateful. Transparency, though, has been key with them. Any issue that comes up, they come on our show and they talk about it, and they always know how they paid for it, because they always do a research study beforehand to even see which way the wind is blowing and what the end looks like if they make these certain decisions. And I respect that a lot.
We get zero transparency, zero.
So I got to get a couple of
I'm wondering
comments.
How is it that, I mean, your county and our county demographically are very similar.
Absolutely.
And I'm wondering how you get those two splits. What occurs on the path that causes one to go one way and one to go the other?
Well, I think I know one of the answers to that. We have our two biggest employers, number wise and group wise, the county government and the school district.
Yikes.
We make school district dominates everywhere.
Absolutely. But we have oil companies that make hundreds of millions, if not billions of dollars, pumping that into the state, pumping that into the economy. But little company here, little company there, little company here, 15 employees, 50 employees, 100 employees. They can't match the voting block of 400 county employees or 3,000 school people.
That's insane.
And that's, whenever something happens, they're pitting those people against us, telling them, look, Brian and Anna and Bob, they don't want you to have good things. It's us against them.
That's another thing. Also, you guys have something we don't necessarily have. This with the oil fields, you've got temporary tax income that shows up for a couple weeks. They're not permanent residents there.
Oh, yeah.
They just flood tax income in while they stay out in their trailers and live. And then they go home where they actually ply themselves as on a permanent basis. And that might be one of the big changes, because our school district is ridiculous. We have a teacher and 40 administrative people above them. And then we wonder why every year our education levels get worse and worse. Pretty soon you're going to send your first grader in normal and they're going to come out dumber when they graduate. Okay. It already happens because every year since they started the Department of Education, not one year has levels of people of the outcome been better than the year prior. Not one time. And every year it's gotten more expensive. I just want to say Home Depot sells tar. Where do I source the feathers?
I have ducks.
I'm out there plucking your ducks. Naked ducks running around Holly's backyard.
Can I just read a comment or two here?
Yeah.
Charlie Strickland says, Downsbury Home is not a starter home. Neither is 1,200 square foot. I just live in a 1,000 square foot. My taxes are as much as some homes in Grantsville that are 2,000 square feet.
It's true.
David's going back on. Everyone should have a official tent city in all counties. It should not be illegal. He paid $50 for a haircut today by a
Wow.
Hispanic person who can't speak English. Norma says they tax our Social Security. Staying poor is my future. That is still one of the
insane.
biggest jihads I have, is the fact that they tax people's
That
Social Security.
and property taxes. We're supposed to be a nation. The dream of this nation was the ability to get and maintain property. It was originally it was originally life, liberty, and property. Now Hamilton wanted the ability for the government to take that under extreme circumstances, so they made it life, liberty, and the pursuit of some hypothetical dream. It's life, liberty, and property, because happiness is BS. Happiness can be provided by a pill or a drink or relative. A cuddle. Yeah, but property is for real. And they honestly, tar and feather.
Okay.
As I play with my toy guillotine.
Cher says, thanks for speaking out for us. I know you care for us. That's my mom, and I do.
Yes.
Hey, Mom.
Dave says, spent on safe spaces and pride buildings. We should have volunteer policemen that respond to actual crimes. I would never ask a police officer to be a volunteer, David.
It's called a militia. And yes, we should have it.
I mean, you pay military members, David. You should definitely pay your law enforcement, because real heroes wear uniforms. Okay. And Norma says the good old boy type of governing mindset needs to change. Amen. Like, we're going to do what, we're taking care of you. We're not going to do anything. We're your neighbor. We're doing what's best we have to live in this community too. Okay, but you're making a salary. You have a guaranteed salary because of taxpayers. You also, this funding, if it's not accountable and I'm just supposed to trust you, then we have broken the government that we are tasked to control as citizens. It's our job to be the boss of this government, and it's flipped. Now we're, incumbent to them. It's beholden to them. So Charlie Strickland says, I would go if I had a chance to be heard. And that right there is the key. These meetings are, by law, they are required to have public comment, but they also are not required nor do answer. So if you go up there and ask all these questions, they don't have to answer your questions. It's called comment, not discussion. So, having sat through many a county meeting, I've seen people just get so frustrated because all these topics are coming out and they're like, what are you saying about this? And what about this? And the commission or the council does not have to respond to you, nor does my agency. During a truth in taxation meeting, they sit and listen to 50 people, tell them why they're wrong in this, and they say nothing, and they pass it anyway.
Well, they shook their heads that time I went in there. While you guys are saying, you're raising our taxes this much. But they didn't say anything. They just shook their heads.
Norma responded to David about volunteer police officers. He did say police officers, right? Okay. Norma says, too many power-hungry asshats to do that. Must know the law and respect it. That's a great point, Norma. Sure. The government is a lot like Tooele School District. Now, I don't work with the Tooele School District. I know they get 75% of my property tax, though. Yep. And I know that our school test scores aren't phenomenal. In fact, I think we're a few percentages behind Salt Lake in Tooele County. I don't know where you're at in Uinta, but I'm sure it's the same, that they get that large percentage of your property taxes. So I can only imagine that property tax hike they wanted to give you. Was it 40% more?
So the school district gets right at 70% of our taxes, and then the county, the mosquito abatement, and other little things, and then the county wanted to do a 72% rate increase of their portion.
Come on.
But,
so they wanted to increase your taxes and have it written in that it's theirs. Is that what
it
I'm
goes
hearing?
to them and not the school district.
Oh,
This is disgusting.
man. I'm telling you, Mal right now's he's got his red book open taking notes. He's like, ooh, that's a
So-
good idea.
So I was in charge of the fire district at the time. I called my fire manager and I said, where are they going to have that meeting? Because they had to have the meeting. And he said, oh, they're having it at this room. And it held 150 people. And I said, tell them that if they don't move it to the county convention center, then they can't have it. There was standing room only at the county convention center, and
Wow.
the people drove by and said, I can't even get in there, and just left. I mean,
I love that.
And that's what you want. That's how you shut government down.
absolutely.
You
With the
show up in the
masses.
mass and you say, you see all these people here? All these people are pissed.
Absolutely. And they
Keep
were,
going.
Our people showed up that way when the mask mandate was being discussed, remember?
Yep.
I mean, they flooded the county.
it was
to the
crazy.
Council didn't even have to think about it. They're like, well, this will be a no.
Well, first they went to the sheriff. Hey, you'll point your guns at him, right? And our sheriff said, I
Nope.
don't see a law. And they went, oh,
He said, show me in the Constitution where I have the right to do this.
yep. Our sheriff is pretty awesome.
ours
He
is
really is.
great.
Well,
And
how can people reach out to you? What's the best way? Just do you call everyone at 3 a.m. and talk about their policies, and then they ask you, "What are you wearing, Jake from State?" I love that commercial. It's like one of my favorite khakis. Well played, Brian from State Farm.
Oh, everyone,
Well-
for everyone listening alone,
She sounds
he's
hideous.
actually got khaki pants on. Is that a policy at State Farm? You wear khaki pants because of that
It is
commercial?
now.
I usually have my State Farm shirt on, but it's yeah. I wear khakis and
I love it.
Oh, that's awesome.
Thank you for making this bit go so
yeah,
far.
if anyone out there who wants to give their signature, first layout, where are the signature gathering stations?
Okay, so the signature gathering places are State Farm in Vernal, Basin Appliance in Vernal, Wild West Meats in Jensen, the Ledgestone Hotel in Vernal, and oh geez, there's a place in Ballard, which is near Roosevelt. We just signed them up today. It's a motorsports place. I can't remember the name. Sorry.
Do you have a local Facebook pages that you're advertising on,
We don't.
like a local residents group for Vernal or for
Um,
Roosevelt?
you know what? We went into this. We weren't even looking for this fight.
No, you never are.
We were so flat-footed. We have learned more in the last 6 weeks than I ever want to know about this stuff. But you know what? It's the right thing to do, and I'm glad we did it. And we're just going to shove it down their throats. So
Good.
So our mayor from Grantsville, he says, it is public comment. It's not to answer back. Response in our council report at the end of the meeting. Do you read your county's council reports?
I don't.
Because this is a
No.
city mayor, and he's a beloved mayor.
Yeah, he is. When
We
I
love you,
talk
Mr.
about
Mayor.
the tar and feather, it's not you, Neil.
Yeah, we're very lucky.
You just
out
get the
here.
feathers.
But that's a good point, because if by chance these all have to be, they're all public meetings, so they've got to be online. I would be curious of what the report says. Looking at your county commissions, see if they have a report afterwards. Again, their words are their words, and if they're in print from the state, I would call Tina Cannon and see, where you get to go on this and how that audit would look. How do they do this in the general fund? Is it possible to audit the general fund if this does in fact pass? Are auditors even aware this is happening? I mean, we brought in the county auditor or the state auditor with my Stansbury Park issue, and he was like, no, I told them live within their means with the money they have, that they're playing they were saying he said, and then they backtracked on what he said once I contacted him. So I'm hopeful for you because at least the voters deserve an opportunity to have their say.
Absolutely.
And that's all this is about. Let's inform the voters. Let's get it on a ballot. Let's stop it in the meantime. And if there's better policy that can be made for your first responders that actually goes into your sheriff's budget, someone accountable to you and someone you trust to know what the jail needs, what the agency needs. And I mean, this could be totally, I mean, you said it, I said it. I would be more than willing to pay a percentage of a tax if it went right to my public safety, if it meant giving our public servants what they need to be safe, effective, and to keep our neighborhoods all safe.
Yep.
I want to do next March. I want to do a March Madness where I take people suggest their different local governments and that, and we come up with a board, you know, and we have a crappy government off. We find out which is the worst government in the state of Utah. Because right now, Stansbury and yours are up on they're on the board.
Summit County's dealing with that too.
Yes, Summit County's in there.
Well, let me tell you this. I was at a Vernal city, and Vernal is the big city, you know, is the big town in Uintah County.
The metropolis.
Metropolis, absolutely. I was at a city council meeting. It was like night and day. Can we hear what you have to say? We want to hear what you have to say. We want to make this decision, but we want your input. We want you to be respectful. We want you to stay on point, but we want to hear from everybody here.
It's amazing.
And some people liked the idea. Some people didn't like the idea, but it was government in action. It was just I left and I was like, holy crap. 200 yards down the road, you've got the Gestapo. You'll do this. You'll shut up. You'll sit down. And these guys are going, hey, we want your input. This is all the information. Please get a packet at the door when you walk in so you can see what we're doing. Here's all of our numbers. This is what we want you to see. This is what we want you to know so that you can make a nice informed decision also.
Was it literally night and day? Did their meetings happen in the evening?
Yes, it actually was night.
Do you think that happens when it's more mixed political demographics? Because I imagine Vernal has a couple of Democrats in it where the county-wide.
It's red.
Yeah, but or what do you
it's
think changes
nonpartisan,
that?
So you wouldn't know.
We're 80% Republican.
Yeah.
But cities are nonpartisan, so.
But the city, if there's a Democrat in your county, they're in Vernal.
Right.
I mean, unless they're traveling to Salt Lake to shop or get dinner, but they're in Vernal.
Yeah.
Right. So that's where you get the mixed demographics. Just like here in Tooele would be where we find our Democrat stronghold out here in Tooele. And do you think maybe because of that mixed demographics, it gives a push to them to be more open and get more buy-in from the populace? Whereas if you're full on Democrat right now, they've got a homeless person, you know, he's pooing on your doorstep. And
no, I think it's the leadership. I mean, look at Grantsville, even Tooele City.
No, Grantsville does good. Tooele City does good.
Yeah. Yeah. And
But
they're our metropolis.
But that's the mixed demographic because they're a metropolis. I'm wondering if the mixed demographic makes them get more community buy-in. Where if you've just got one demographic, you've got a super majority.
I think it's rural.
They don't
too.
fight for the buy-in as much.
I think small towns require more of their governments, and I think rural versus cities have a lot to do with it too. Because Vernal's rural, just like Tooele is rural, even though it may have that mixed demographic you're talking about. I think small towns, I think you get people that are maybe more invested in going to their meetings. I don't know anyone in Salt Lake County that goes to a Salt Lake County meeting on purpose.
Yeah, no.
Their voices are lost.
And
There's
also
too
in a
many.
small town, I promise you, I don't go through there as often, but when I drove through Grantsville every day to go to work, 3 times a week, I would talk to the mayor at one of the stores.
Yeah.
It was usually while he was drinking coffee at Sinclair, but you know, so you run into him more often. So I'm wondering, I don't know, maybe there's a Venn diagram you can go off of to figure this out. But I'm wondering what causes this, because it seems to be a pretty common thing. And our county right now is, I mean, they're running spectacularly. Granted, I'm not Nostradamus and I'm not that intelligent to know everything, but it just seems like it's running smooth. It's
Jared,
running scary smooth
I would
right
dare
now.
say just the timing of when they have those meetings is absolutely a huge
Oh,
part
it
of it.
is.
When
It
you're
is.
having public meetings at 9 a.m. on a Monday, you're not doing it to have the public involved. I'm sorry to say that, but
Yeah.
it's the same thing with our state school board. Their meetings are on a Thursday at like 8 a.m. and then they can go till 2 a.m. or whatever. That's insane. You need to make it accessible as possible to the populace. And that's only retired folks can show up.
Yep.
And they're already forgetting what they tell them because, you know, they're old. I'm sorry. No, these are your bread and butter voters. These are the people who have done the work, and they're the ones who are going to show up when the average person is going to a 9 to 5 and they get home to their kids. If they make it to that 7 o'clock meeting, they do it because they feel like they have to, but at least they can do it. 9 a.m., who can take time off from work to go to their public meeting?
Yeah.
That right there makes so much difference in the way city, county is being run in your county, I bet.
Yeah, I believe it. I believe it.
It's a big thing. Yeah. I don't know. And if people aren't even knowing about anything that's going on, the average person up there probably doesn't know. How do you make a run to get the incumbents out? If people don't know, they're going to know the name that says incumbent or the
Yep.
person who's got the backing of people who work with them.
Commissioners make a nice hefty salary too. And plus they're usually their, health benefits are really great, which even adds to the value of their salary. I challenge the commission in Uena County to actually change the time of their meeting. They're getting paid plenty of money. It doesn't hurt them to do it on an evening, maybe not a Monday night, but they have it on a Tuesday night.
Well,
And
maybe his
make
wife
it
wants to get
accessible.
pregnant that night.
No,
he wants
but
to be
you
there.
don't want to. You don't want to compete with Monday evenings because that's a family night. But you do it on a night that the other cities aren't having theirs, like we do here. I guarantee that the attendance would go up as well as the engagement from the people. I bet a lot of people in your town don't even know it's happening, like you said.
Yeah.
And it's by design. It feels like it's by design from an outsider looking in.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Here's my message to the county commission there is you're getting away with it now because people aren't feeling the super stress of it. And you're going to push to where you are the cause of super stress. And then the world gets real ugly for you real fast.
A change of government makes their lives extremely hard. And if that's your next step, I mean, I didn't like it. I'm still on the fence about if I like the idea, but
So
my
far,
county council has proven to me that it can be a success, and it is about service for them, and it is about transparency, and they
Mhm.
have proven me wrong, which I'm happy to admit because I think it was so challenging for so long, this even happening, that it all of a sudden turned like, hey, they better get on board or they lose their jobs. You can run to be a part-time counselor after all this is over, Mr. Incumbent. However, this whole thing is changing because of decisions made by previous commission, not the one that was in at the time of the vote.
Right.
But people have a long memory, especially women. We have a forever memory. You both know what I'm talking about.
Bringing up the crap that happened.
Yes, and we'll never forget it. I'm just saying that people, if you get that ball rolling, your commission is
Can't
going to have
remember to get the oil
big
changed
problem.
every 3 months.
It's not our job. It's our man's job to do it. Change our oil, rotate our tires, make sure we're safe, pump our gas if we're on E.
There you go.
Some of us enjoy having a man's man around. Well, we have kept you, and we
Yes.
are so grateful for
Thank
you
you.
being on. Please keep us updated on this situation and come on again when your signatures are in.
And go find yourself a now you don't want to go 14 because Facebook is too old for them. Like they're like, no, they can start a Snapchat for you or something, but find yourself a 25-year-old who's familiar with Facebook, set up a page for the county for just people to get on there and say, hey, this is what's going on. You guys can drive the change on these small little increments.
Yeah.
Use social media and drive the change. Get it to where people show up, or even if they don't show up, just a 500 comments on it of them going, what's this crap?
Right.
That might make a change there.
Yeah, I agree with that. Like
Have Jake do it for you. Jake from State Farm. He'll do anything you need.
He's a little older. He's a MySpace guy. You know,
Not the new Jake.
but honestly, those Facebook pages, outreach, and now my contact with Jeff was through Facebook. Go ahead and jump on there, give us an update, everything else. I think if all of our little towns and counties can straighten their governments out, Salt Lake, there's no chance for you. You're lost. But everywhere outside of that.
Comments to read before we say goodbye. So Charlie says, we need more mayors like Grantsville has in what Neil does. Neil goes out after the hours to see what he can do for the community.
Seriously.
Norma says that's because Neil's doing a service for his constituents, not to grab all they can get for themselves just for votes. And the thing is, Norma, your page, are you from Grantsville? Because you got the Grantsville Classifieds and you've also got Grantsville 411.
Yep. And there's Grantsville News and History. All three of those, if you're in Grantsville, get on those. Just look up the name of your city, town, county, whatever. Look up. And I would suggest add yourself to every one of those just to be in the know. You might have a neighbor who
you should do that anyway.
Loses a dog or finds a dog, whatever. That's how you get that's a way that we can support ourselves without going to the government and swelling their heads up. They're already big enough and fail enough. Let's do it ourselves and get away from them.
Tooele 411 has tons of members, and then they started all these others. But that would
they
be a
get
great
mad at
idea
each
for
other.
you, Brian. If you could get somebody to start a page and then drive some traffic to it with all the people collecting signatures, so that for someone who wants to sign but can't get out, they'll give you in Messenger, tell them where you live, and you have someone go get their signature on that packet. So I just want to say I wish you all the luck. I know what you're doing is difficult, but if it's meant to be done and it's worth it, then you're the guy to do it.
Well,
yeah.
Hey, it's like I said, this is government in action. This is citizens taking charge and doing the right thing.
That's right. That's right. You can either be a citizen or a subject, and citizens take charge of their life.
Yep.
I wish the best for you, sir. And I wish the best for your sheriff and hope that something can be done if that's what's needed. But, you know, the jail does reflect him. And if there's not enough money getting put out to him through the commission right now, and this is their answer, then perhaps they need a different answer because it doesn't work for the regular citizen and the accountability gets skewed. So I wish the best for you guys. And my brother's been a driller in Vernal a few times. So I know it's a great little community. And hopefully you can get people engaged.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I appreciate the forum, and it's great talking to you guys. Great seeing you. Great meeting you. And we're gonna make this happen.
Good.
Excellent. So nice to meet you.
Please keep us updated on where it goes, and if we can help out at all, reach out to us. We're both extremely positive on helping out different communities get through what they want.
And if you know anyone that knows how to edit a video, you are more than welcome to edit this video and share it anywhere you like, where you're talking about it and we're having this back and forth. We invite you to do that if that helps get your message out, and anything else we can do, you just let us know.
Well, I appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, friend.
All right, everyone. That was Brian Gorham, and you can find him at State Farm in his khaki pants there in Vernal, and
Vernal.
and yeah, reach out to him. And if you're looking to give your signature, you know,
And you live in Uinta County, because
Yeah.
that's kind of important.
yeah, you've got to be in Uinta County, obviously, but reach out to them, find out where those places are, seek them out. And if you want to volunteer to collect signatures, you know, reach out to them. You can get a packet through them and everything else.
Just follow all the rules. Anybody that gets involved, there are very stringent rules to collecting
Oh
signatures.
boy.
Do not mess with them. Do
Yeah.
it legally and do it properly, because if you don't, that whole packet is thrown out and charges can even be filed.
Yeah,
as people in
you can
Stansbury
lose
know.
all those signatures you gather.
Yep.
All right. Thanks, Brian.
Thank
And
you.
hopefully we'll talk to you again soon.
Thank you, sir.
Appreciate it.
All right, everyone. Next, we've got Weston coming on. And Weston, how you doing?
Hi, Wes.
Good, man. How you guys?
Good. Wes, next Friday and Saturday, he's got his pistol defense course going on. It's held above Stockton. If anyone knows, if you don't know where the Stockton informal range is, reach out to me. I'll get you there. But anyways, Weston, you've got that course going on. And
Let's talk about his business and what the course is.
yeah, and this is an advertisement to try to draw customers to you and knowledge, because Armed Populace is a populace I want to be a part of.
Absolutely. Yeah. The Stockton Pit's kind of a interesting place to hold a class because it's so like open and public, anybody can come there. We used to have them down at the Grantsville City Police Range. And both Holly and Jared have both taken the class, and Jared's helped us teach a couple of times. And yeah, it's fun. But all that new construction going on right there by the city police range.
I think someone's basement is where we used to stand on the firing line.
Really?
now.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
build
I
a
was,
house over it?
Any minute now, Neil will correct me if I'm
well,
wrong,
you
but-
want to. So this is. I haven't verified this story. Okay, this is just through the grapevine, through a student of ours that we all know, but I'll keep her name to myself, that works over there. Supposedly, the story is there were some UHP SWAT guys using that range one day, and construction workers were in the area working on utility stuff, and these guys had a big old fit that there were people close to the range when they were doing their training. When threw a stink about it, said you can't be working over here while we're training. So then, of course, the contractors are like, bullshit, we can't be working. So they complained to the city, and the city's like, well, which one's making us money?
Which one overall means the most? The
Yeah.
Highway Patrol SWAT team, which we have never seen in the town of Grantsville, not once.
Exactly.
Officially.
I didn't know they had a SWAT team.
Yes, they do. I used to train with them all the time. They're
What?
good.
What
Yeah,
do they use
Fred.
it for?
Fred used to be one of their
mostly-
commanders
Yeah.
years ago.
Governor defense. Mostly
So
they're the
SWAT
protect.
team.
Matter of
Okay.
fact, their SWAT team came out and brought Glock 18 Charlies for me to play with one time. And
haven't even seen one of
talk
those.
about fun. A Glock 18 Charlie is the beast of the feast. That is when a Glock 18 Charlie should be called Glock Viagra or Cialis.
Jeez, get a room.
But anyways, but yes, they're usually they're more like a governor service, governor protection. That's
Right.
usually what they ended up doing. But go on.
That is their actual
Anyways,
job.
that apparently some, feelings got hurt over this or that, and they just basically said, well, I guess we'll just shut the range down. At least so far, the word is that it's going to be shut down until that construction's done, and then there's potential for them to open it back up. But I also know that Chief Sager's working on getting approval to build a new training range somewhere else. I've heard a couple different things about where that might end up being, but they've also tried to build that range for the past 10 or 15 years, so who knows?
Mr.
They're gonna
Mayor,
have to
if
go
you have an
north.
update, Mr. Mayor, please share your update in
Yeah,
the comments.
that'd be awesome if
They're
somebody
going to
could-
have to go north because if we blink too slow, there's going to be a metropolis from Grantsville to Rush Valley. And
Oh yeah, easy. So anyway, that's where we used to have it, which was awesome. It was a nice little dugout pit, and they had like target. Basically, our deal with Grantsville PD was like, we'll like help maintain the range and like clean it up and make it usable for you guys if you let us use the range. So it was a great little trade off that we had there until they had to close down for everybody. Not even Grantsville City PD can use it right now. So we're all just kind of hosed. So we're in a little bit of a limbo stage, and we used the last class I taught in March. We taught up at the gravel pit up in Stockton. And if you've ever been out there and gone out there for your self-pleasure shooting, there's that one little spot like kind of up on the top. It's a little bit above everything else. And that's where we held the class at. Vance, you need to go over there. Sorry, my kid.
So how you get there is you're going to head south from Stockton, and when you see the historical marker, turn
Right.
left there and just
It's
kind of drive up the
a few
canyon.
100 feet or
It'll fork
past that.
and then go left again.
yeah.
And then you'll open up into the bowl and you drive around the bowl and up over the top.
So Wes,
Right.
what got you involved in this?
Okay, so firearms training, well, how we very first got into it was, I'll make this really short, was my dad and my uncle took me and my cousin down to what used to be called Front Sight in Nevada, and took us down there and said, we want you to get trained in handguns. And it was just a kind of a for fun family thing that we did. And it turned into a competition between all of us of like who
As
could
it
do the
always does
fastest
with
gun.
men.
You know, it's
and
of
women.
course. And then to sweeten the deal, so my dad lended me a Springfield XDM that he had to train with, and my uncle lended my cousin a Glock 17 to train with for that class. And they said at there was a point system on a skills test, and if you score over a certain number of points, they considered a distinguished graduate level of performance, which
Which is all they
They
had to
said that-
say.
right, they're like, okay, well, that's awesome to try for that anyways. But then my dad and my uncle both said that, hey, if you boys, and I think I was 16 at the time and my cousin was 15, something like that. And they said, hey, if you distinguish graduate this class, then you can keep the gun that you're training with. So it's just, well, now we have to do it. Like,
Yeah.
so of course I'm the only one that doesn't distinguish graduate at that point. So I went home crying all the way back to Utah after that class. But that was like my very first class that I ever took. Fast forward years later, how I got into Vance, get around here. Vance, sorry about this.
You're
Go on.
fine.
Go.
Kids are
Told you not to come
important.
in here. I know.
Adulting's hard.
I got 3 now. Or
Oh
I
my
know.
gosh.
Boy is like
Congratulations.
7 months old now. I love you.
Congratulations.
Bye. Close the door. But how I got into the teaching stuff, I've taken tons of classes as a student through past years and years. But how I got into teaching was actually Mallory kind of drug me into it a little bit. There was like half
She
Mallory
tends
and
to
half
do that with people.
that's just how she is, you know. She'll lasso you and pull you into doing stuff. And but the other half was some friends of my wife asked, well, can't even remember how it was happening, but anyway, they found out that I just liked to train as a student and was always doing training classes and stuff. And they're like, hey, we should go out and shoot, and you can teach us some of the things that you've learned, because we've never really shot at all. And it was a lady from some country in South America that married this doctor guy that served a mission there, and their kids. And they come out, so I was walking through some of the stuff that I learned, and she's like, well, you're really good at like, I really enjoyed that. You should do that. You should like teach classes and stuff. And at the time I was like, no, I want nothing to do with putting all that effort into something. Like, I have my day job, and that's enough for me.
He fixes ice cream machines at McDonald's, so he's quite busy.
I'm the
Wow.
McDonald's ice cream machine guy. A bunch of other stuff too. But
yeah, but
that
McDonald's,
was
I mean,
kinda
their ice
sticking
cream
with
machine
me.
is always broken. I'm
Not in
surprised.
Tooele. It's
I'm
not.
surprised you ever get to leave a McDonald's.
I have the owners, the owners of the ones in Tooele and Lake Point and some of the ones in West Valley is all under the same group. Those guys rock it.
Yeah.
The guy that's in charge of all their maintenance is named Dustin, and he keeps everything running slick.
No, I'm amazed because
When
that's
have
like
you
a
ever
joke.
gone to the Tooele one and that machine's been down? Like,
Yeah,
Very
it's like
rarely.
a running joke across the country about McDonald's ice cream machine, and I was like, "Oh, well,
not here.
I've never
Yeah, not in
experienced
Tooele.
that.
It's fine. It's just like
We
everywhere
must have
else.
good maintenance people out here."
Yeah, and you're like, how? Also, when have you ever gone to Arctic Circle or Dairy Queen or Wendy's or like anywhere else that does ice cream, they're usually running, right?
Right.
But anyway, that's a whole other podcast episode about the
It's true.
freaking McDonald's situation.
That's a conspiracy podcast.
No, it's actually true.
Yeah,
Like
there's-
why it does that.
yeah,
By
there's-
design.
yeah. People think that we put kill switches in the machine to just like stop us, so we have to like what?
Just to
No,
piss
I hate
you
going
off.
there. I don't want to go there and fix it. I want it to work. Okay. Anyways, but how I got into the gun training stuff was a little bit of Mallory, but I met her after this thing with her friends, and when I went out with her friends, and this lady kept, she's like, "You should teach. You should teach. You should teach." And I was like, "Okay, well, I'll just do concealed carry permit classes. Like, I'll teach that class. That seems kind of fun. I could do that on a Saturday morning, whatever."
I've
And
taken
in
one of
order-
those classes from you, and it was great. You're a great
Good.
teacher.
Thank you for the plug. In order to become state certified to teach that class, you have to first be NRA firearms certified in some way, which the NRA instructor certification is like Boy Scout level. It's nothing. They literally teach you how to hold a handgun and set it on a beanbag and shoot it. Like it's ridiculous. So if somebody says like, "Oh, I'm NRA certified," you're like, "Okay, yeah, we all are," and it's dumb. But it has to be that way.
I tripped over my certification and there it was.
It's basically how it like anyway. And then to get that, then you have to sign up with the state and go to wherever they're teaching. Like, so I had to drive down to St. George for a day and take a full day long class to become certified for that. And then I started got the certification to do the concealed carry permit classes. And around the same was probably just a little bit before I actually got the permit certification is when we had the Summer of Love, George Floyd stuff was going
Oh, yeah.
on. You know, everybody was
Summer of Love.
explaining how much they loved our law enforcement by flipping cars over and peeing on them. And anyway, so a bunch of people
Best
were like,
picture to come out of Utah ever was that androgynous purple-haired thing on the upside-down police
oh my
car
gosh.
looking over their
And you'll never
shoulder
forget it too. It's
as they
such a
slide one out.
shocking image.
You're like, that's Utah? You know, you expect the arch or whatever. Nope.
Right.
Nope.
No.
You get that thing that is just, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So it was after all of that,
I
you
might
know,
remind you.
Oh, very
a
special.
bunch of us went out and stood in front of businesses, and a whole bunch of people had their ARs slung just as like a show of force to turn, like, don't break these windows and stuff. And this group popped up at the time was called the Utah Citizens Alarm, or I think they changed it to United Citizens Alarm, which was like it blew up out of nowhere. And then we had the mighty Facebook Patriot Purge, where they destroyed all these groups and completely kicked all the admins off of Facebook. And I ended up being one of those
for Antifa.
people. Yeah.
They got to stay.
Yeah, we had that
Yeah.
guy who started UCA on here right after he started it. Right
Yeah.
when they changed it from
Utah
the
to United.
Utah to the United. It was right
yeah, I think his
before
name
that.
was Casey, right? Casey
Mhm.
Roberts. Anyway, I enjoyed doing some stuff with him, and that's how we met. Was when we went out there, we kind of met up with some of those people, and Mallory was part of that, and Fred was part of that. That's how we all met. Was we all kind of responded to that down in Provo after Ken got his shot in the arm through his SUV, and since then we've had Ken through the class, and he's a great guy. I love him.
He's the quietest dude. He's just very quiet and just so easygoing.
What's his last name?
I forget his last name. It's
He was
just
running
ridiculous
for
that
Provo,
mayor.
was it for mayor?
I
Right?
think so. He's a really tall guy, really
Yeah.
tall. He's a big guy. He's so quiet. And me and Dave met him down. We went down to Moab and met him down there, and he's just really chill and everything else. His wife is a little more talkative.
Did he
but
win?
No.
No, I didn't, unfortunately.
But
I don't live in
somebody
Provo,
tried
so I
to kill
couldn't.
him, right? Somebody shot him.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was one of those things, like he was going to Home Depot and just turned left down the wrong street, and everybody was in the street protesting. And by the time he realized what was happening, people were behind him. He couldn't back up, so he just started, slowly trying
He
to
just creeping.
push through somebody. And one of the demonstrators pulled a handgun out and shot his vehicle. So then, of course, you freaking stomp on it like any of us
I
do
would
when somebody
definitely.
starts shooting. And the guy shot his car again, and it came through the back window and into his back seat. I think the one that
Yep.
came through the passenger window was the one that hit him in the arm.
I can't believe
Yeah.
we're talking about Utah. I mean, can you?
I
It's
know,
like
it's
the
crazy.
shift since 2020.
Well-
We became a state that is barely recognizable from what we grew up in.
In the corridor. Well, the guy who shot him is also another special needs person. And you can see the video. You
That's how
can
we're
watch.
calling Democrats now.
That's a good idea. I mean, they led by King of Special Needs, King retard. Anyways, you see the video of when he shot him. Guess who's standing over his right shoulder, whispering in his ear? Is that John Sullivan?
That buddy
Yeah.
of yours that got, you had John Sullivan on the show.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, that's how we
it's-
all
Hey,
met. And
Wes,
then,
I don't know if you know, but we can take you off the rails at any time. And this
Oh,
isn't
I-
just
No.
a really,
We
this
it's
isn't
not
just a
we
really
can.
quick advertisement.
we will.
This
Oh,
is,
I
we
knew
want to get
that.
to know, because I am a firm believer in the program that you and Mallory teach. And as a woman, I sought out Mallory because I wanted to be taught by a woman. And I get there and I've got extraordinary men that are part of it. And it was a whole experience. And I grew from that experience. I got emotional during the experience. I learned a ton. I left with self-esteem regarding my firearm. I also left with, I took your class after I did this. I took your concealed carry permit class after I did this event with all of you.
Mhm.
And I couldn't believe how educated I was. Whereas I was also surprised that we didn't have to go out and shoot somewhere to get this
to get your
permit.
right? Yeah,
But
yeah.
I felt so ready to be now accountable in this permit. And I felt so knowledgeable afterwards. I felt safe carrying my firearm. I felt empowered. And I feel like I knew what I could do 6 steps ahead. Whereas when I walked into that class, the whole reason I took the class is because I didn't want to carry it while my kids were young, because I didn't want them getting a hold of it. I wanted them to be old enough so I could teach them it's a tool. It's not it's not a toy. I wear certain clothes that concealment's not that easy. So I wanted to be able to wear it in my purse or wear it on my person and feel very confident while wearing it. And then I also wanted to know how never to have to use it, right? I didn't know I wanted to know that until you guys were going through that in my class, because you guys had to tell me, no, you don't chase the guy down once he's not a threat, because I wanted to hunt. If this dude just put a gun to my head, I'm ready to hunt the son of a gun down. But I learned all the specifics to being a very smart and thoughtful gun owner and understand the responsibility that it entails, and the fact that it makes me think more clearly when a gunman is in a space and just a firearms owner decides to take the gunman out on their own before police can get there. I have so much respect for that person, because that takes a kind of courage and responsibility. Because they're wearing that firearm, they almost feel like they need to go over there and interact. And it changed my life. That class changed my life. And I cannot tell you as a woman how amazing it is to be surrounded by a brilliant woman like Mal, but also by all these amazing men who are patient, they are kind, they are respectful. And you guys all saw something in me I
Good
did not see.
dancers.
I did not see it in myself. Rooster pulled something out of me that I didn't know was there. Jared, I got to see, actually.
Rooster is an excellent instructor, and Rooster has an eye to catch on and see stuff that
Absolutely.
that will aid the student in going to the next level. He has an eye that catches that quick.
And
Right.
honestly, I couldn't say enough nice things about your course. I think you've got their website pulled up for
Yep.
people who want to take it. And your little blonde hair, that's so
I know.
cute.
Zoom out a little bit.
Yeah, we can't see the
And
baby.
well, let me move this a little bit. This is
Hi.
Rowan.
What is
Ooh.
it, Rowan?
Rowan. He's a
That's awesome. Rowan, hi.
Hi, buddy. So how old is Rowan?
She is. How old are you?
She is
She's
shy.
still-
I love your
Sure.
hair. It's so
Yeah.
pretty.
That's freaking rat's nest right there. 3. There you go.
That's
3? Oh,
That's
man.
how it should be, Dad.
That's
She's not going to the prom.
I
So
know.
much
It's,
fun.
her and her mom just got back from Colorado because they were out visiting my first wife's parents. I think both of you guys know the story with my
Yes.
family, right? My first wife passed away, so my first wife's family is still very involved. They're absolutely grandparents to my kids. They're Gigi and Papa, and we
Aw.
were spending time with them. And that's where they were pretty much all this week, and they just got back today.
What part of Colorado?
They're out in Montrose, south of.
I just got back from Grand Junction, so
there
I
you
also
go.
took
Yeah.
that drive not too long ago.
Yep. So this one just made that 5-6 hour drive today.
Wow.
That's outstanding. That bonus grandparents.
Yeah.
That's how you have
amazing.
a wealthy childhood right there.
It also shows you how much they care about you and
Yeah.
want to be a part of you. I love that
Rowan?
story.
Hey.
I love the name Rowan for your daughter.
Mhm.
It is so cool.
She's
But you
she's
knew that
adorable.
already.
She is
Yeah.
fun. Let me shut this door real
So
quick.
how many kids you gonna end up with in the end? We're talking
Yeah, what
15,
time is it?
16?
I'm pretty sure we're done with where we're at.
You say that an awful lot, but anyways, go on.
Hey,
Well,
I
this
say
last pregnancy was really
reproduce,
rough
friend.
on my wife.
Was it a
It
hard
was-
one?
Yeah, it was. She has factor 5 blood clotting disorder to begin
Oof.
with, so she has to be on blood thinner injections every single day if she's pregnant.
Oh wow.
And this
so
last
that's
pregnancy, those blood thinners were attacking her liver pretty hard. She had
Mm.
some almost liver cirrhosis level enzyme readings at the end.
Oh,
tough.
So
Wow.
we're like,
All right.
yeah. I mean,
Wow.
we were regardless of the health issues that she had during the pregnancy, we were pretty in agreement that 3 was probably going to be it. We were okay with maybe trying 4 if the pregnancy wasn't terrible, but then it was not good. So we're like, I think we're all right, just for my wife's health.
Well, you have
Because
a
I've already
miracle
been
baby.
through the whole losing a wife after childbirth once, and I am main about to risk that again because that sucked the first time. you
yeah,
know?
Yeah.
that's something you write into the vows.
Yeah, I'm like, and that
Hey, I
whole
think it's
when we were
amazing.
first dating, because my first wife passed away from a pulmonary embolism. She got a blood clot stuck in her lungs. She had a C-section. My oldest son was born at 26 weeks. He was 1 pound 13 ounces through a C-section, and just a freak thing, you know. And they tell you being pregnant in and of itself makes you more prone to blood clots. Surgeries, which is cesarean is a surgery, makes you more prone to blood clots. But when you do that, they stick you the leg massagers on them, you know, to kind of try to break those up because
Yeah.
that's usually where it starts, is in the deep leg veins. And they tell you, like, this is why we're doing it. Chances of it happening are less than 1%. Just keep the massagers on just in case. And we just ended up being that statistic that it happened to.
See, and I also had to have a C-section, and it's interesting because it's almost like oh, by the way, there's this small percent chance of blood clotting, so you need to pay attention to this, and these are on you for that, but you never think it's going to be you.
Yeah, and it's kind of a like just a brief little 20-second like, hey, we got to do this. This is
Yeah.
why, and then never talk about it again because
Man,
it
I'm so
doesn't usually
sorry.
happen to anybody, but it did.
So you have a
And
baby
that
that's a
was-
miracle, and the first one, and now your most recent one also a miracle, and your
Right.
wife herself is a miracle.
hmm
It's amazing.
Yeah, and all that kind of has brought me to here and teaching some of these classes because before my first wife passed away, guns to me were strictly like, I mean, I'd heard my dad and the preaching of self-defense, and I told myself that's why I had a gun, but it really wasn't why, because I really wasn't actually afraid in public of anything or concerned that anything would happen, because I'd never seen violence in my life other than that was portrayed in a fictitious manner, So the reason I carried was just because it made me feel good. I felt powerful or something like that as like a 21-year-old, 22-year-old person.
Yeah.
Until my wife passed away and I saw loss that close, and that just does a whole entire perspective shift on your entire world. And
Can't even imagine.
like there was nothing I could do about a freak medical thing that I couldn't see or didn't understand or anything like that. So I've never blamed myself for it, but I took a perspective shift on the carrying a firearm and why I'm doing these training classes is of course super fun, but then also I had to kind of discussed with myself, like, if there is anything that I can do to prevent that type of thing from happening again, then I'm going to do it. Right.
Taking ownership.
So I was like, if to protect my family, if there's something I can do something about somebody breaking into my house, I can do something about somebody trying to carjack us or
Yeah.
something like that, which we see on the news all the time, stories. So I know it. My life hasn't exactly followed
Be quiet,
statistics, of course. You know, with the whole first wife passed away the way that she did. So even though, like, yeah, the chances are extremely low that that's going to happen to you, but they're not zero. And I had something happen to me that was less than a 1% chance, supposedly. So who knows? It's 0% until it happens to you, and then it's 100%.
And we were
Right.
just talking about we don't recognize the cities we grew up in and that
Right.
we're used to. Even in Utah, these crimes are now happening and they're getting
Yeah.
more and more popular. And I was raised always knowing about violence. My parents were law enforcement, and so I always knew they were capable. But my dad I always slept at night very well because both him and my stepmom were law enforcement, and they always had their firearm close. I was raised around firearms my whole life.
Mhm.
So, I mean, just to see what we saw in 2020 alone, I mean, it's jarring because that stuff happens in Oakland. That stuff happens in New Orleans and in Chicago, not
Yeah.
in Salt
And
Lake
it's-
City, Utah County.
It does
Well,
happen
we were
in
just
Salt
down
Lake
at
now.
the 4th of July, whatever you call that, at the park after the parade where everybody comes and they have like live music playing and stuff at the city park. And I got a booth there and would have people come up, and the most common conversation that we had there was a couple coming up, or maybe even a couple with kids, and go like, "Hey, are you interested in some self-defense firearms training?" And the guy would always say something along the lines of, "I grew up with guns, I'm good, but you should get my wife training."
Right.
Something along those lines is what it always was. You know,
And yet he probably needs it more.
most likely. So
Because you gotta
my
unlearn
struggle
bad
is
habits.
to find out, is to try to figure out how to reach those people. And we have had some people where the husband or the boyfriend or something really honestly didn't think he needed it, and then his wife took the class, and then they went out shooting together because now the wife is a lot more comfortable and she actually enjoys it. So they go out, and then she's smoking him
Yeah.
at shooting a handgun, and from that point it goes one of two ways: either the guy's pride can't handle it and they never speak of guns again in their relationship, and
He
we
starts
never see him
knitting
in a
and
class.
crocheting.
You know, or he shows up to the next class, and sometimes she comes with him again. You know,
Yeah. I could
it's
see that being
one of the two ways. But
And if you want a good date weekend
fish,
for anyone out there, it's next Friday and Saturdays, this upcoming course.
yeah,
It'd be a fantastic date weekend, especially if you're from out of town.
or do what I did and do a girls' weekend.
Yeah, girl, but
It was a
you
There you
great,
go.
fun way. We had
rent a
blast.
hotel room. The first day drags on until this
yeah.
time of year, probably midnight.
Day, like, I don't even hide that. Like, the first day is a long day. Okay.
Yep.
For a
Second
couple
day's a
reasons.
long
One,
day
we want to
too.
get some low light shooting to teach you how to run a flashlight, right? That's
And
a
I
definite
loved
value.
that. That was one
But
of my
then
favorite
also,
parts.
when you're at the end of a long day, when you're tired, think of the most common places people that get attacked are in parking lots and driveways, and it's usually
At
in
night.
light compromised times,
Yep.
like dusk or night, right? So if you just got done taking care of your kids all day long, and your husband finally comes home and you need to run to the grocery store, that's when something like that's going to happen. Or
Yeah.
vice versa. If you're the guy, you've been working your butt off all day long, you finally get home and you need to mow the lawn, you get done mowing the lawn, and you're butt ass tired. Now it's nighttime, you're going to walk into your house. That's usually when something's going to happen.
It's
Yeah,
so true.
dirt bags don't clock in at 9 a.m. Dirt
Yeah, no, they
bags,
don't.
they first of all, they sleep until noon and then they go prowling.
And the
Right,
truth
'cause
is that, like, I loved the experience of shooting at night. It was cold when we did it, but again, these are all conditions that I feel like I've been in the conditions I'm more likely to have to use my firearm in the evening than in the morning. And I thought the
We
class,
definitely ain't going to be ready for it, right?
I know
You
it's
don't
a
have long
long
time.
day for you guys, but as a student, to me, I didn't want it to end. I mean, I was really enjoying myself, and I was sad when it was over.
I like
Yeah.
the night shoot just because the surreal of the flares and all that. It's a surreal moment, but it it's a if you're going to carry a firearm, and I'm a proponent. I think anyone who is capable should pursue the ability of self-defense. That's primary. I think it's in order. If you can talk, I think you should, and if you're capable, you should carry and maintain the ability of self-defense. And
Right.
just buying a firearm is the smallest part of that. You need to go out and pursue training and testing and do it when it's miserable. Do it when you're tired, when your boots suck, do it in those circumstances.
And I would
Because-
suggest do it before you buy a firearm, because I went there with one and I left wanting another
Yeah.
because I knew what worked better for me.
It
was brilliant.
and you can actually show up to this course not owning a firearm.
Absolutely. We've got
We-
plenty
we-
of extra
We all
handguns and
show up.
holsters and
All the instructors have 2 or 3 setups that are just sitting in the back seat of their vehicle in case, because we've had students or instructors that have a weapon system failure, and
Mhm.
they'll roll into something new. We've had students that have come out to the course not owning a firearm at all, and they get kitted up right there. And you'll have students that'll show up with a system that is unsafe, such as a holster that doesn't defend the trigger, or
Right, right.
Talking about me?
we've had that all the time. They show up with a soft pad holster, and
Rude.
we've got to talk to them and say, look, this
Just
is
because
not
you
going
did
to
it doesn't mean nobody else did. It's pretty common.
Me right here.
be but and you go there, you're gonna make friends,
Oh yeah.
and
Oh,
you're gonna hear philosophizing from crazy people, and
Crazy
it's a good
students.
time. Well, that's usually me that does that.
Yeah, I was
No.
gonna say, I was like, I should put on, because I have a liability release form at the beginning. I should put on there, like, discussions that happen during break time or meal time are
Not accountable to
like,
The camp is not responsible.
those go off the wall. That is not me. Some of those I'm like, wow. We need to,
and what you hear here, don't repeat. But
For
anyways,
your own self, like your
Yeah.
own.
but no,
defense.
okay, I'm going to lay this
Don't
out.
repeat what you hear at this class.
Everybody should take this course.
Mom says, how old? How old is the oldest person in your class?
Oh, we've had
The oldest person to take the class?
Mom, they're all
How old
ages.
Well, I mean, yeah, we don't have an age limit. As
We
long
have
as you can
people
do
who-
stuff safely.
Yeah.
We have people who roll through. We had one guy who had severe back problems, and
Yeah.
he had to have a chair up on the firing line, and
Mhm.
he'd get up and shoot when he got the gumption up, and then he would sit down and wait. And we can accommodate that. That's easy.
We could
But
take you if you're in a wheelchair.
yeah,
long
I'm
as
probably
you're
going to push you over
coherent.
sideways just to make you learn how to shoot from the ground, because that might happen. You know,
mhm.
It's true.
but
And the thing
we'll
is,
work
like,
around whatever's going on.
if you have the ability to comprehend safety first, that's it. You have to be all there mentally, but any age could do this class.
The
and
wheelchair-
be challenged by it too.
The wheelchair offers new possibilities. You could go much bigger on
Oh,
a
yeah.
wheelchair.
You
But
could
you're-
conceal a little bit better.
But your steps might have to be different. It might have to be set the brake, then lift the shirt, and then draw it out, right?
Yeah.
Because
something like
otherwise,
that.
I mean, if you're packing, 454 Casull, we don't want you to shoot it and you're 30 yards backwards.
Yeah.
I'd like
But-
to see that happen.
Yeah, but seriously, just warning to everyone: if you're gonna sign up for this course, it's a good course. You're going to be miserable day one. At about 3:00 is when the misery starts to set in. Especially this upcoming Friday, it'll probably be at about 11 because it's going to be warm.
I
It'll be
disagree.
toasty.
I
Yep.
had a blast.
It's going to be hot.
You
But-
wear a hat and you wear sunblock, and then
but-
wear a high neck thing so the
Y-
bullets don't go.
Well, yes,
doesn't go
Yeah.
down your
That's-
shirt.
there's kind of a don't show up looking like you're taking Instagram soldier girl photos, but you're going to love it even more because it's miserable, because that's when you truly earn it. Honestly,
It's true.
the best courses you take in life are when you really have to earn them. And this is a good course, and Wes does a good class. But go on.
And I want to clarify, like, I don't want to make it sound like we're like some type of made up boot camp or something like that. Rowan, you can't be bringing that in here right now. I'll be done in a minute, okay? What is it? Okay. Oh yeah, she's handed me this.
She
you'll
wants.
be busy for a while.
There you
Hey,
go.
that's a
Kate.
happy life. Having little kids at home is a good
Yeah,
I
you
life.
know.
missed that little voice.
I
huh?
know. My kid's 28.
Hey, you can be in here, but you got to be quiet, okay? Because I'm trying to talk. Is that okay? Okay. But yeah, I want to the class. Like, yeah, it's hot and it's outdoors, but like we take as many breaks as we need to make sure
Oh, a
people
lot,
aren't
yeah.
overheating. You know, getting plenty of hydration. We try to make it fun. There is an aspect of the class where we have to raise your stress levels, and we do that on purpose, so that for two reasons you can see how you perform under stress. Um, but then at the end of the class we have the skills assessment, the skills test, right? Which there's no like written test or something you have to answer questions on. It's just a simple drill that you have to do that
Simple.
incorporates at least most of the motor functions that you've learned, whether it's a reload or a malfunction clearing, and you have to shoot and a certain 100% accuracy standard on our target, right? And we try to artificially increase your stress levels as high as we can for that test, so that when you get your results, like if you were able to successfully do this, we time it like this is how long it took you, so that you can measure your own progress against yourself in the future, right? So as you're doing practice, you're taking more classes, doing more dry practice on your own, then you go do that test on your own or come to another class and you can see your progression. Like, okay, it took me X amount of time to do it last time, and now I just shaved 10 seconds off of this
Yeah.
just because of practice at home, right?
It's all about
Don't
your
be throwing
personal
stuff, guys. Come
development.
on.
It's individual development within themselves. I mean, it's not easy. I don't know if I even got close to passing it at the end, but my goodness, I came from 0 to something and I felt so great when it was done.
And
It's
that's
about
all that
your own
matters, you know?
personal, yeah.
That's what keeps me doing it. I mean, we don't make money doing these classes. You know, it costs a lot of money for us to put them on, especially like my liability insurance just auto renewed and I forgot that was coming and I was like,
Oh, geez.
But the reason that I do it is because we've had students come to class that hold a gun like this, right? When they first show up. And that's how they have to do this. And by the end of the course, they pass the skills assessment, right? They pass the test within what we would hope a first time student can pass it within at the end of this time. We're at least very, very close. You know what I mean? And to see at some point in that progression where they come and there's just some type of a switch that flips in their
Yeah.
brain. Some light comes on and all of a sudden they can do this, you know. And I think as I've watched this happen in multiple students, it's some type of a sense of self-respect that they suddenly gain for themselves because they realize all of a sudden they could do something that they've never been able to do before. And not only
That
just any
confidence.
skill, but something that like I am actually safer now, and suddenly I've made this unconscious decision that now I'm actually going to carry this thing that's been sitting in my safe for 3 years. I might actually keep it in my purse now, or I might actually keep it in this holster now, and I feel like I can hit what I'm aiming at. You know what I mean?
You know what? And with that, I mean, I teach kids about Patriot Camp and stuff like that, and it's a labor of love for sure. But it's that light when you, as a teacher, see that light go off in a student. That's your compensation for the time and the energy and the effort. It's like you just changed their life or gave them a new idea that you're watching them come into their own. I think that it's like it's better than money. I mean, money's really great, but that is something when you're doing a job like this that is a labor of love, that's got to mean everything to watch that light go off in a student.
Oh yeah, we had one student in particular, and it might have even been the class you were in. I can't remember, but I won't say her name or anything to keep her privacy. But during the morning lecture portion, where we're just talking about some of the realities that are out there in this world that you might not think of, not to purposely scare somebody, but like, hey, this is why we're going to train the way that we train. She broke down in tears. I started crying right there at the table, and we didn't stop talking about what we're talking about. She had her moment and kind of had to gather herself, but you could tell there was some trauma there.
Yeah.
That, I learned some stories later, but there was, to me at the point, I didn't know her from Adam and Eve. She was a friend of Mallory's, I think, or something like that. And, but I could tell, I was like, okay, this is a crossroads for her, whether she's going to be able to do this, because she's going to be role playing some scenarios that it sounds like she's been in.
Yeah.
Because of how emotionally triggering simply the conversation is for her.
But you make her a victor of her own story instead of a victim.
Oh, absolutely.
At the end of the day, that's what it's about. And that's how we get through trauma.
Yeah.
Is we own it, and then we become stronger from it. We learn from it, and then we build ourselves up to not be victims of it.
Yep. And she basically had to purposely relive whatever those experiences were in this training and rewrite that story.
Yep.
Like, if this happens again, this is going a completely different direction this time, and I am taking control, and I am getting out of there, and I am getting home.
We should check up with her and see if that had a therapeutic effect on.
I have
It
no
rest of
doubt.
her
definitely did.
life.
I know.
I'm
I
sure
talked
it
to
did.
Mallory months after that, and this student had referred other people to our class that came afterwards. I know it was very helpful. In fact, I think she came again. I think she came twice.
So
Maybe.
Mallory,
I could be wrong.
I'm just going to say, O'Malley says, we've had 80-year-olds. We've had people missing fingers. LOL. I'm not pushing anyone over in a wheelchair. Sheesh. She says the Stockton Range actually has a nice, consistent breeze all day. It's much better. Then my mother says, did Holly show up all fancy?
Yes. Yes, she
I
did.
was wearing jeans and a shirt, and then I eventually put one of those long masks just
A
around
gaiter.
my neck
Because she had a
because
shirt.
I had metal.
She had a brass catcher on.
Oh yeah.
And,
My
and
wife
her
has
tennis
permanent
shoes.
scars right here in her cleavage from brass.
And
The
her
first class she ever took, I told her, I was like, hey, wear a t-shirt. She's like, I don't like t-shirts. So she wear this blouse that was kind of open. And sure enough, right down the shirt, like 6 or 7 different times.
Yep, the brass catcher.
It only took once for me.
And then her shoes were even pumps. It's like
They're heels, always heels.
Oh yeah.
at a firing range.
I remember looking at those shoes while we were at the pavilion. I'm like, interesting for
Yeah.
the activity they were doing. But hey,
They were.
also kudos to you for wearing what you'll actually wear.
That's
That
true.
was my whole
and
goal.
not completely changing it.
That is true.
Because
And
it's going to be far and far between where I don't have heels on wherever I am. And that's why O'Malley said, she told me, she
Except
did
for
tell
now.
me to wear something else, but she's like, you're training for your life, like how
Mhm.
this is going to be in your everyday life. And that's why I wore my heels both days.
Right.
Hey,
I wear heels everywhere.
I just want to throw out right now, though, Holly's not wearing heels right now.
No, because I hurt. And so-
Holly's sporting the what would you call that? Slipper Uggs.
Oh, nice.
She comes cruising in slippers. I'm like, who are you?
I know.
But I know Holly said she didn't perform in that course. Holly did very well in that course, everyone. And when I say the course is hard, this course isn't set up to be, it's not like boot camp where you don't run and drag someone. This course is hard because you're on your feet all day on uneven terrain.
Well, and to graduate, you are trying to fit in a time.
Yeah,
Your safety is
that's
the
not to graduate.
To get the recognition
get
that
the
he's
pin.
talking about. But your safety is first. So you've got to be holding the gun properly.
Mhm.
You've got to be able to load and reload. And I found that the firearm I was using, my hands are so little that trying to hit the eject button was kicking my butt. It wasn't that I didn't know what to do. I could make the motions and everything, but it wasn't till I tried his Hellcat, and I was able, when we tried later on, I was able to eject that so quickly, and it was a game changer for me. That's what I mean by saying you can own a firearm, and if you're not training with it, it may not be the right firearm for you.
Yeah,
And
for
I
sure.
learned that. I thought the Glock was going to be my gun. And I discovered that my Glock Mini, a different experience. I can unload it, load it quickly, but that Hellcat, man, that Hellcat was like a dream for me. And I got to pick up that gun at the end of the second day. I wish I'd have trained with it. And so we actually went to just for fun shooting in a range, and I got to play with it there. And that's the gun that I wanted after.
And at that point, you had enough knowledge of how to run a gun efficiently and effectively that you could make an informed decision. Like you could actually pick this up and know what you're supposed to do with it and how, so you know how you're able to run that gun, right? Somebody that's never been into a class will just go down to Sportsman's. I can't tell you how many times I've been down to Sportsman's in Stansbury just to pick up another box of ammo or something, and overheard the conversation happening at the gun counter and just cringed, like, ugh.
Oh, I've got a story for you.
Not that any particular gun is better than any other particular gun, although I do have some of those opinions about certain brands. But every single time there's a lady up there looking for a gun, they always were recommending some pink Ruger LCP.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it was always these couple of guns that they were always recommending, like, oh, you're a lady for a purse, you're gonna want this teeny tiny little 380 or something like that. I'm like, how do you know? First of all, that's gonna bust her wrist up is how if she shoots it at all. You know, like I bet if you handed her a full size gun, she might actually like it better because this particular lady I'm looking at this gun counter isn't of the petite type. So why are you recommending that she has
Not
a
just
tiny,
that.
tiny, teeny gun?
Yeah. So I'm down at the gun store. It's a story time. This is a few months back. And the guy behind the counter, they always, when you go in there and you're carrying, that kind of becomes a conversation. He is carrying a non-mark P320 appendix.
No one knows
Tell
what
me
that
your
is
adventures
other
without
than you
telling
two.
That is
What is that? Talk to the people
that
who don't know.
is SIG P320 is a gun that's known to spontaneously go off. A non-mark means it doesn't have an external safety because the mark is
So
the military.
what's the pound on the trigger?
It's when it first came out, it'd go off if you tilted it wrong.
Oh my hell, no.
And now it's got
Nope.
now it's got some drop issues. He's carrying an appendix. That guy is holding his junk hostage. He lifted it and showed me, and I went, I own one of those, and I love shooting it. It's a great shooting gun. It has never been in a holster on my hip, not once.
Yeah.
It goes out in the case. I load it on the table. I shoot it. It's excellent. It's unloaded. It goes back in the case, and it comes home like that.
Right.
I've got other stuff I put on my hip.
You mean you used to before the boating accident?
Before the boating accident. But he showed me he's carrying and I asked him, is that a mark? You know, I think it's the mark. Call it the Mark 18 right now, I think is what they're calling it. Anyways,
17 or 18.
Yeah, I'm like, is that no? This is right. I says, you're not scared? He's, oh, they fixed that.
Did they? They fixed
Really?
it?
They just lost a lawsuit in federal court.
Can I
I
just
don't
tell you
particularly
folks at
like a
home,
company that uses their customer base as their R&D department.
That's how they do it. And
So-
SIG has always done that.
I have to
I
say,
know.
for those of you listening at home that aren't big gun people but are interested in a class like this, it's not required to know what the M and the
No.
18 and the SIG, what all that means. It's really not. You'll learn
Yeah, I
it
know.
as you go, but even
These are the conversations that we have during break time, you know, when we're off there. You know,
These are when we're
each
being
other.
gentle conversations.
Yeah.
The other time it's bad jokes and horror
Go find
stories.
money.
But when you come to this course, just to lay out what you can expect to take away from this. First, you're going to take away a mindset that's going to gradiate you higher on staying out of trouble because you're going to learn how to carry yourself, how to stay moving. The most important part of the course is right in the beginning, and it's teaching you to never get in a gunfight.
Yeah,
Never.
we go over. There's been multiple different ways that this has been portrayed by other big name like firearms instructors in the industry, but actually I think the idea came from Colonel Dave Grossman in his book On Combat, The Color Code of Awareness. And the way that I teach it is just slightly modified from the way he puts it in the book, but it's like condition white is completely unaware of your surroundings, condition yellow is acutely aware of your surroundings, condition orange is possible threat detected kind of scenario. I'm making an escape plan. Red is engaging in escape plan, and black is escape plan has failed. Now we're fighting, right? And the whole time from 9 a.m. on the first day until, gosh, sometimes 2 or 3 o'clock, we're going through how do we behave in these different mental states that we could be in, and role playing different scenarios, right? And we go over what we call tape loops. And a tape loop is just something that we want to ingrain into your brain through repetition, like it's on a tape loop. We want you to say it all the time so that when your stress does go through the roof and you can't think anything for yourself, hopefully that's stored in your subconscious will come out, right?
You can revert to the negative.
And we do tape loops for any time that somebody comes into our space that we don't want to enter that space. We enter what we call an interview stance, and we have certain things to say there. And we're basically figuratively drawing a line in the sand of like, hey, this is my boundary, don't cross it, right? And if they do, then this is like we escalate until we get up to a fight. And not to say that every encounter that you have with a human being has to go through that progression. It might just go straight to a fight because that's what the guy decided he was doing, but it's to give you the tools of how to behave in society with other people that you don't want to talk to.
Yeah,
this will well, then go get one.
This will help you avoid.
Hey,
This will just be another tool in your toolbox that even on the gentler side of it will help you avoid that junkie who wants to hassle you for money on your way to
But
your
As
Right.
a woman,
in the
this
gas
loop,
station.
I think I've said it before. As a woman, this loop not only has you being aware of your surroundings at all times, especially when you might not be pushing a cart to the car, trying to load kids in the car. You're surveying your surroundings all the time. This is something we should be teaching our daughters anyway. But even then, how to draw as much attention to yourself in the event that with this loop that you may,
yeah.
before you gauge pulling that firearm. In fact, these loops help you avoid pulling your firearm until you absolutely have to. And if you have to, you don't shoot to hurt, you shoot to kill. And that is the end result. So avoiding to pull your firearm up to the very second it's required is what I feel like made me so confident, because I know the steps. My whole goal is to avoid this. And by doing that, I'm alert. I know what to say when I don't feel safe to another person. And I know by their response to what I say to them, that tells me plan C. Now I know whether I'm in danger or not. And in the meantime, I've drawn attention to myself to hopefully get more people engaged to know that I'm in danger. And at the very last step, I protect myself.
Right. And then the rest of the class is training on exactly that. Once you've gotten to the fight, like if you have to introduce your firearm into that situation, now you have the skills and more importantly, the confidence in yourself, knowing that you can do that if you need to.
So true.
Then you're at least a little bit more calm while you're in the situations before that happens. While you're drawing your lines in the sand, you're a lot more present because you're not afraid for your life as much at that point. You're like, I can confidently handle this situation and get out of this. Hopefully, I at least have some tools in my toolbox, right? So
Just
I'm not
get away
just
from
gonna
the
freeze and do
threat.
nothing. The worst thing you could do is just freeze and do nothing,
Yeah.
right? And not say anything. But without something programmed into your lizard brain, into your subconscious, that's what's going to happen. You're just going to freeze. The vast majority of people just like can't believe that something's happening, and they refuse to believe that something's happening until it's already over, right?
Well,
There was
and
a video.
I was
Go
just
ahead.
going to say that what you're talking about is all true, because in the terrible event you ever need to use your firearm and you have to go to court, you know exactly the steps that you took to avoid having to shoot anyone.
Yep.
You know them verbatim. I did
If you
this
train
first.
it, that
I
is
did
exactly
this
what
first.
you will do.
I did this first. And you have to read Rooster's comments because they're hilarious.
Yes, we are going to read Rooster's comments.
Oh, Rooster's on here.
Yes.
I love
I hope
Rooster's
they're all on
comments.
there. I hope Fred's watching. I hope everybody's watching. That's
Yeah,
one thing that
yeah.
Fred said in his experience was he was on some shooting review boards with people. Fred's ex-UHP and law enforcement officer, and he said the guys that he was on a shooting review board for reviewing this stuff said both of the guys that he had to review for did exactly what they were trained to do, like to the letter, and deviating nothing from it. And that's
see,
why we
and
do the tape loops.
That's that lizard brain you're talking about, and like muscle memory to keep your finger off the trigger. I had to learn that. I learned that, and it was Rooster.
Isn't it wild that that's like we all know that?
Yeah,
pretty much,
but,
right?
Like Rooster kept
From
saying,
kids or whatever.
trigger,
Aren't
trigger.
you born with that knowledge?
I didn't even realize it while I'm going through the course that I had that very bad habit of having it kind of hover. And he's like, nope, trigger, get your finger off the trigger. And it was like
finger.
yeah, finger. Rooster was on me like that, but it was so just, it wasn't like he's yelling at me. It's like he's my voice in my head. It's his voice I
Right.
hear every time I touch my gun. So thank you, Rooster.
Yeah.
What did he say?
So before we go to those comments, I want to throw up there. I want to put his page up there, and he's not doing a shameless plug, but I want to do a shameless plug for him. He's a good friend of mine. He's an excellent instructor, an excellent shooter. He drives a gun real well, and I promise you, taking this course will improve your shooting. It will improve your odds were you to get into an engagement, but most importantly, it will improve your odds to avoid a potential engagement. But
It may save your life.
yes, so to go to his website, it's Defense Sense USA, one word.com, defensesenseusa.com. If you're here local in Tooele, you've seen he put together a cool Facebook commercial that has been flashing up quite a bit. And if you for some reason can find it, whatever, reach out to me. I will give you the direct link to it, and it will also be in the show notes. You can go in there. He has the class where you show up to the range. He also offers, of course, concealed carry, which we talked about. And Wes will also, he does like an in-home training where he comes over to your house and does a one-on-one coaching for whatever circumstance you want to defend yourself from. Whatever.
Yeah, I actually had a guy come over. I'll do it either at my house or your house too. Just individual coaching sessions, one-on-one with people. Because one of the concerns that I do get from some people about a class is they're really nervous being around that many people with guns because guns are
that.
not a part of their upbringing. Like they're very alien,
Especially
scary
people in a
things,
training class
right?
who are learning
they're
for
like,
the first time.
they're not comfortable doing that around people, and maybe they're just nervous that they just don't want people to see them trying to figure out. Some people have like a social anxiety kind of thing around that, so that's why I started offering the individual coaching sessions.
Or they may have special needs, right?
Yeah,
And they don't want to be out in the dirt and in a wheelchair. But what a perfect person to have private coaching in their home, because they know
Yep.
it's their home. They know what the layout of the place is. They know where their wheelchair goes and access they have, and they can run through scenarios with you in the home. That's brilliant that you do private coaching.
Mhm.
I actually had a guy come over to class, and the only reason he was doing the private sessions was because he's an electrician that travels to different locations for his work. And just the date of my class this month, and I gave him the dates for Mallory's class the following month, and his work schedule, he's going to be long ways away for both those times. He's like, I can't just make it. So he's like, do you do like a one-on-one kind of thing? I was like, funny you ask. Yes, I do. So he just come over to my house yesterday, and he's like, I didn't grow up with guns. I've shot guns once, and we had some sketchy thing happen and decided that me and my wife want to have a gun in the house with us in case we need it. So he come over and I laid out a whole bunch of different guns. I was like, take your pick, kind of a thing. And we just went through like why he wants to go, like what he wants to be prepared for, what he needs to learn. And we decided that a handgun was the best fit for the application that he wanted to be able to fit the most scenarios as possible. And then we started with the basics, like, hey, here's all the parts to a handgun. We broke it down like a puzzle. Like, here's a recoil spring, here's how it all goes together to get that weird unknown feeling of guns out of the way. If you can see how it all goes together and exactly how it works, it kind of removes that uncertainty, fear kind of around the thing. And we put it all back together and like, hey, here's how you actually hold the thing. Here's how you apply correct grip pressure to the gun when you're holding it. Here's how you run iron sights. And by the time we were done with that hour and a half, we were just getting into what a proper holster draw looks like. And he's already feeling way better about that. And he actually has a decent idea of like what kind of gun he wants to go look for. And I'm an FFL dealer. I will do a shameless plug for that. So if you do need something, I can at least get people a price and see if I can beat it. If not, buy it from wherever it's cheaper. I don't care. But
Yeah.
now, when he goes to get some guns to rent a gun, or he goes to Sportsman's or something, now he actually knows how to properly hold the thing. Like, he's actually going to shoot it.
He knows
So
what to
now
look
he's
for
like, okay,
in
this is how
comfort.
it's supposed to be feel in my hand. So now I can go actually find one that feels good instead of kind of holding the thing like, I don't know how this works. It looks pretty, so I'll buy it, and then come to a class with this thing and realize you hate it. You know?
That's awesome. I didn't know you did that. That's great.
Yeah. It says on your website, you got a concealed carry permit class tomorrow.
Yeah, I do. Tomorrow morning, actually.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is there still open slots for that if anyone's looking?
Absolutely. Yep. It's $45. I just teach it in my living room. I think I've
Okay.
got 6 students registered for it. And I mean,
And also, if someone
we could
wants to
make it
host a
standing room
class,
only, we could pack 50 people in there. But no, I usually try to cap it at like 10 or 12 at the most.
if someone wants to host a class, they can set up, have their friends come over, and have like a Tupperware party. Except
Is it like Tupperware? Do you give a discount to the host?
Yeah. No, actually, there's been a couple people that reached out to me that said, "Hey, Jared was over here fixing my insert whatever, and we got talking
Cool.
about guns and said that you could put on a class for if like me and some buddies." I was like, "Yeah, sure." And they're all like, "Okay, yeah, cool. I'll see who's interested and get back to you." And then crickets. But
That's
you know.
usually it's a tough thing.
It is tough.
It's a tough thing,
But I have done
and
some
that's
of those
why you've
custom
got to.
classes at somebody's house before.
You've got to pull the trigger
3 or 4
if
times.
this is what happened with me. I was thinking about it. I almost didn't do it. I got my friends to join me, but I just said, I'm going to pull the trigger, and go. And I'm
see what you
so glad I
Mhm.
did. Thank you. Now read Rooster's comments.
We will, but no, it gets like that. I've gotten my girlfriend and my sister-in-law to come to the course. My brothers go matrix on me and they dodge it like crazy. And I want to get all of my family members through it for obvious reasons.
I want to get my kids through it too. I was just waiting until my daughter gets a little older. But I know you train kids and they're welcome as long as they can be responsible with this tool and not
Right. Like, I don't have
dangerous.
a particular like age, like no younger than X age, That is more of a case by case kind of thing. The youngest person we've had take it, I think, was 13, and Mallory's kid took it. And he did great. She was there for it. That's the one thing that I do require is if they're under 18, you got to have somebody over 18 there that's responsible for
A
them.
guardian.
The way that I would prefer it to happen is like their parent takes the class themselves first, and then the next time they take the class, they bring their kid with them, so it's not completely alien to both of them. But I don't make that a hard and fast law. Like, as long as both of you, like a parent and a kid, are there, and I just have to have a conversation with the parent beforehand, like, this is what we're gonna do, and like, I don't have time to babysit a kid that has some emotional maturity issues. Like, if they're generally emotionally mature and can do what they're told, then yeah, I think this class would be great.
I think
Like, I
parents
took
can
my
take
first
it with
class, I
their
was either
class
15
too.
or 16, and yeah, we've had I think, like I said, 13 was the youngest. We've had a couple guys that were how old was I think you brought him.
My nephew,
Yeah,
he was 15. Sean.
15. Yeah.
Yep,
And he
was
did
15.
great.
He did real
He
good.
is big for 15. That's a big boy.
Yeah, he's
I did not know he was 15.
he's a tall kid. He's a good kid.
Speaking
Yeah,
of
he
big
did
boys,
awesome. So yeah, like
Rooster
mid-teens
says-
is usually okay.
Rooster says, "My God, you're 300 pounds. Who's going to F with you, Wes?"
He says Holly rocked that course. No matter the situation, she did not bitch or moan. She just ran it. Yes, she did. Holly did great.
I love you, Rooster.
Holly did really great in that course. I know I was very impressed with her. There are times when people do get emotional in the course. There's a couple of the shoots that are not just designed to make you emotional, but that's kind of the goal, because you want to train in that headspace. And then when you're running the final exam, you're going to get emotional about it, because
It's you against yourself.
And you've
Challenging.
invested the time in to get you there.
And sometimes you're not going to perform the way you want. It's like golf.
Yeah, because you're like,
You're judging your own
this
swing.
much money. I've spent this much time. Like, I've come all the way to the end, and people start freaking out. Like, I've done all this just to fail. Like, no, you don't. Like, there's technically, yeah, pass fail on like the test kind of a thing, but you didn't fail at anything. Like, you look at where you were at the start of this class.
Yeah. What
Most
did you
people
learn?
have no training experience whatsoever when they take this class. We do have some people that have taken a class before, and even then, we have experienced shooters come through class that jump, milestones ahead of where they were at the start of the class.
I mean, like this
Everybody
one,
wins.
he just gets in there and he soars through the challenge.
You will learn. You know what? You will
You're a savant.
every idiot savant. Man. Every class you take, you will walk away learning something. Even if you take a class that is a negative class towards actual self-defense, you'll walk away and learn what not to do.
Right.
So, I mean, there's nothing wrong with taking classes.
I also think
Rooster
if people are watching this that are interested in a class, I think we ought to bring up John Farnham, who was the guy that.
Well, you should. He's been on the show. John Farnham is the godfather of this training course. That Wes and Mallory, they're like sibling courses, sibling businesses. He's the godfather. The course is structured under him. Now, John Farnham is world-renowned pistol instructor, or not just pistol, anything, any firearms, any self-defense. And if someone got the idea in their head for steel-toed boots, John Farnham would probably come up with a curriculum to use those in a defensive manner. And his wife too. His wife is teaching a good
Vicky Farms
off-body
probably
course.
more famous than John is.
Yeah, she's getting there easy.
There's a program, a girl and a gun, or girl with a gun. I think girl and a gun.
Mhm.
That Vicky is. I think she's on the board. Mallory will probably comment on here and explain how she's related with that.
We're just waiting for it to come across. It's comments.
But yeah,
She's still
Vicky
typing.
does a lot. Travels all over the place doing stuff with women's self-defense, and
She does.
But yeah, John kind of, and John even says this in his own course. He says, I've never had an original idea in my life. I just take great pride or take credit for stealing all of my ideas from my compatriots and rolling them all into a package, kind of a thing.
And
a business.
Excellent
Right,
package it is.
I mean, he is speaking lower of himself than he ought to, because
he's a phenomenal
he served in Vietnam. All of his friends died in Vietnam,
Mhm.
and he came back very angry, very bitter, because their training was so subpar. He's like, if we would have just been actually taught these things, we might have lived through that better than we did. And has now served in law enforcement for years and years and years and years. And I mentioned before, I've taken plenty of handgun classes and plenty of basic handgun classes that were great. But if I had to pick one class to send my family members to, and they could only ever take this one particular class, maybe take it more than once, but it could only take this one, John Farnham's curriculum would be the one that I would want them to take, because out of all the
100%.
basic ones that I've taught, it's the most comprehensive of everything that I would want them to know and to be able to practice to have the skills to just survive out there in this world that is going south by the day.
Yeah, and it's in a tight package. It's in a weekend. Now, Wes teaches the Mormon class, and Mallory teaches the heathen class. And so that means Wes has
PG versus rated R.
Yeah, Wes has a Friday,
We just do
Saturday
it on different
class.
days.
Yeah, and Mallory has a Saturday, Sabbath day class.
And
Now-
we kind of did that on purpose, and it works well, because there are people that just can't or won't take work off on Fridays. And then
Mhm.
there's people that just can't or won't miss church on Sundays because of whatever responsibilities they have. So we
That's
try
really
to
good.
Yeah,
just give at least one or two options through the year for people that have those type of different schedules to be able to make it to a class. And
Okay,
it's worked
before we
well so
wrap,
far.
You need to
Okay.
read Rooster's comment, and then I've got comments. To catch
Rooster
this up.
says 90% of self-defense will be in parking lots and your own driveway, and more than likely in the dark or dusk. That's 100%. How many videos do you watch on YouTube of those, thefts or thefts being averted? They happen in driveways. They all the time.
And even on your own porch, like I've seen tons of videos where some lady's going to get in her. The moment she unlocks her door, the guy that's waiting across the street sprints right up there, pushes her in the house, and robs the house.
Yeah, and man, how I would love to hear it that because of firearms, there are no more lady assaults. I would love to hear that. Like, lady assaults have dropped down to 0. What happened? Well, Glock came out with a new color on their grip, and all the women had to have it.
We are not that basic.
And all of a sudden, guys who will do those dastardly things.
We like scopes and lights. We don't care about color.
Yeah, but seriously, and there was just a shooting averted. Where was it at? Was it in Wisconsin last week? The guy got a bad guy shot 3 people, and a concealed carry civilian stood up and stopped him. It's considered a mass shooting, and a mass shooting averted by a civilian with a firearm. Ohio. I will find it next week.
That sounded familiar. I think I read something about it.
So Norma says Ron was shot in the hip by a pistol with a broken safety and a hair trigger. Back when they were talking about the SIG.
Yep.
O'Malley says, put the thing on the thing and pull the thing.
Yep.
And she says, that's rough spot to get shot. Hope he recovered okay. And mechanics do fail. Happened at 18, lived to be 75. Bullet hit his hip and ended down by his knee, missing all vitals. And
Lucky.
he was so lucky. That's what she said. Young people surrounded by adults will rise to the occasion and be very mature and careful. So she was talking about getting a young person into a class, and that's what I'm thinking. But I think I would be there with my child just to make sure no one's babysitting him. But I think there's a huge advantage of putting in a boy, especially amongst other men carrying. I think they'll listen very well. Whereas I put my daughter in, and maybe O'Malley is teaching my daughter. I think my daughter would listen more to a female. But either way, I'd be with them in case they weren't listening or being safe. Someone's got to be able to give them, a spanking behind the shed, if you will. And so she says he's very humble. And I don't know if she's talking about Wes or Rooster,
Wes.
But
and Rooster.
I think all the teachers in that class, including Mal, are all very humble. They're very smart. And it is a labor of love. You can tell. And they're very serious, but they're exactly funny and silly. And it's a good time. I highly recommend it. And especially do a girls' weekend. Do it with your spouse, with your teenagers. I do it as a neighborhood, get a few people together from your neighborhood, and people, if there's ever, how a lot of times neighbors will have a plan in case there's ever something serious, and some people don't like guns in the neighborhood. Other people do. Get those ones that do. Just get together as neighbors and do a course like this, because then you all know what we all need to know, right? And you know how your neighbor's going to behave with a firearm. It's not like surprise and find out when you need it the most, that they only know how to load one or to clean one, or they don't know how to hold one. I mean, these are the things that are really, really important. And I learned a lot, and I would love to retake the class again. And I plan to when I'm up for it.
Well,
And I'll also give a plug for a class that I teach with another one of our instructors one of my instructors is Mason Allred, who I met after I met Mallory and Fred, and he's an exceptional shooter, has done lots of training just as like we have. And Mason and I came up with this curriculum with help of another friend at the time for a class we call Concealed Handgun Efficiency. And all it is just those that have taken either our basic class or other basic handgun training then can prove it with a certificate from a reputable instructor. could come and take this efficiency class that's 1 day long. I know, hang on a second. And this 1 day class just focuses on basically everything that you already learned in the 2 day fundamentals class, as far as the mechanics and the techniques of how to properly draw from a holster and get shots on target accurately. And we just basically work on how do we eliminate unnecessary movement, how do we eliminate unnecessary everything, and get this done as quickly and efficiently as possible, so that should we be in a situation where speed is necessary, we have that tool in our toolbox, right?
So you're working
lot
on
of times
precision instead of fundamentals.
Say that again.
Working on
Precision
speed
over
and
just fundamentals.
well, and speed and precision, but it's mostly a lot of it is about efficiency. That is probably the
that's
best
why
way.
we named it efficiency. Like, how can we be as efficient with
Oh.
our holster draw and efficient with
That's
getting
why they
shots on
named it
target
that.
as possible?
You said that word like you just made it up. That's why it's like efficiency.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why we named it efficiency.
Well, I listened
One of the
to
main
the guest.
metrics that we use in that class comes
Precision's a
from
better word.
a group called Active Self Protection. It's run by a guy named John Correa. And those guys have taken all of this footage. Vance, you need to be quiet, dude. They've taken all of this, like hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of hours of footage of both law enforcement and civilian involved self-defense shootings, and just break it down, armchair quarterback everything. But then they pull data out of this, like how long did this take? How long did this take? And they have averages from hundreds and hundreds of these encounters. And basically, one of the metrics that we use is if someone has a gun on you, say you're like a cashier at a gas station or something like that, and somebody's got a gun on you, but they turn and give you their ear, like turn 90 degrees away from you to look at something else, their peripheral vision can still pick up movement, but they're looking that way, right? You have, on average, according to all of these situations that this has happened, roughly 1.5 seconds, a second and a half, to do something for them to see the movement in their peripheral vision, to react to it, to understand, like
Register it in their
comprehend what you're
brain.
doing, and then make a decision to fire. You have about a second and a half to get that done. Now, if you do something else while you're drawing, like move towards their backside, you gain another half second, 3/4 of a second. So our goal in that class is to get everybody down to a 1.5 second draw to first shot. And if you can achieve 1.5 second draw to first accurate shot, then not going to say it'll fix all scenarios, but of any scenario that you find where you absolutely have to take a shot for whatever reason, and you're in one of those compromised scenarios, there's not going to be a whole lot of those that you wouldn't be able to handle. If you're at the skill level, you could do that in 1.5 seconds. Now, of course, there's competition shooters that can do that in like sub 1 second, right? That's all that they do.
But
They
some
just pull it
some
out
people
quick,
I
but-
know, and it's not always men and it's not always women, but I think that competition is inherent in a lot of people. And I mean, it's like people tell me golf is a relaxing game. Well, that's crap. Golf is exhausting. It's stressful. I love it, but you're playing against yourself. It's not about your team. It's like you are against yourself a lot of the time. And so you get let down by your own inadequacies, and then you feel really pepped when you do something great. I think shooting for fun is like that. It's really fun, but it can be stressful because you're challenging yourself. And then to know certain statistics like that, to try to beat them, to try to improve yourself. I think that's the one thing. It's not a group sport, yet you can learn with a group and you can learn from this group. But at the end of the class, it's about what did you learn? What are you taking from this?
Hey,
And how are you improving? I love that part of it. And that's the competitive part of me that's like challenging myself. And then to have Rooster in my ear, to have Fred in my ear and O'Malley and all of you guys, and then to watch someone that we went in together. I had no idea how good he was. I had no idea.
Well,
But to watch him challenging himself in the same class, someone exceptional.
it's good when you have an instructor there. You can go out and just, poke holes in cardboard by yourself, and a rare person will pick up on any inefficiencies or mistakes they may be making. But when you have an instructor there to help you, or to notice things, or even a friend who's familiar, they pick up on the little things and say, "Hey, okay, here's what I noticed,"
right.
and it helps out a lot. And taking a course is great. Very few people will understand, especially from a concealed position, how to draw their weapon safely, may be an incorrect word, but the most efficient manner that keeps them from putting holes in their calf. You know,
Right.
very few people know that. Very few people practice that. And if we were to just grab random people
Vance, you need to be
who've never
quiet.
taken a class off the street, I would guarantee most of them would flag their hand all the time.
Yeah, it happens.
You know,
So
with almost
efficiency is
everybody that
key.
first comes in the class.
yeah, and so you learn steps, and they make keeping your hand out of the way of your muzzle a
Hang on a
part of
second.
drawing the weapon. Yeah.
We should wrap it up.
Yeah, we gotta wrap it up. But
I figured.
but Wes,
My kids are getting restless. I gotta get going too. So
yeah, you got to put some food in them.
Right.
Wes, again, tomorrow, if you want to be a part of that CCW class, if you're thinking about getting your concealed carry permit, which my girlfriend, she went and got the class from you a year ago and still hasn't got her permit. So she'll be attending another class.
Does it expire?
I was gonna
Yes,
say
you
the
get a year.
application's only good for a year. You have to send it in, otherwise.
Yeah,
they
I
take
Do
think
you
she-
still do fingerprints at your class? You just have to send it in with the money
Yeah,
after they
yeah.
take
So
the
I have
class?
fingerprint cards at class, and I have the inkless fingerprint.
I have
ink,
to do it
guess.
again.
You can do
Mine-
your own cards if you want. I usually recommend, if you have time, to just go to the police station and they can do the fingerprints for you. That
Mhm.
way, it's pretty much a guarantee that you get the fingerprints done properly, and the BCI will accept them. But the BCI also allows you to do your own fingerprints. You just risk, like, are you going to smudge your fingerprint when you do it? It's like,
Mhm.
you decide. I have what you need to do it. If you want to do it in class, we can do that. But if you have the ability to just go to the police station on your way home from work or something.
Stansbury
I'd
has
do
a
that.
substation at the Chartway Bank downstairs, and I know they do fingerprinting for people
There
there.
you go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
Anytime you can get it professionally done is probably better. But if that doesn't work for you, then yeah, we can do it in class. I'll show you how to do it.
yeah, it's Katie didn't turn her packet in.
That's what I did too.
So it sounds like Holly and Katie get to go to another class
you
with
didn't
you.
turn yours in, huh?
No, in fact, I thought I did, and then I had two. I had Tanya's as well. So I
Hey,
had
well,
hers
what are you
and
doing tomorrow
mine.
morning then?
I am going to Milwaukee tomorrow for the
Oh,
National
okay.
Republican
Oh yeah,
Convention.
she's got to go. She's got to go put her fingerprint down for the big
for
Dawn.
Donald Trump.
Wow. Well, hey,
Yeah.
the concealed carry permit class I teach regularly every second Saturday of every month in my house. So if anybody wants to plan for a class, and they're all the website that you pulled up, I have them scheduled out, I think,
Yep.
through November or something.
They're written out.
So you
Also,
can register
45
for whatever
bucks?
class you want to come to. Yep, 45
And then
bucks.
50 for the permit through the state, right?
Yeah, the BCI, they charge their own fee once they process your application. I want to say it's $53. I can't
Yeah.
remember. On the application, it says, like, when you fill everything out, you have to fill out some payment information. It tells you, like, this is our background check processing application.
I love
fee
to have
type
to
stuff
pay
you
the
do.
government to use my Second Amendment. That's awesome.
yeah. Well,
Yeah, I mean, Utah's
you-
a constitutional. I'm sure somebody will comment that Utah's a constitutional carry state. You don't need a permit. Which
it is.
It is
And
true,
all
but we
that
have a
means
permit.
is-
Unless you want to carry on school property, you have to have a permit to carry
Or-
to schools.
Or here in the state of Utah, you cannot carry into Walmart without first getting their permission.
Don't ask, don't tell, I thought.
You cannot carry into Macy's. You cannot carry into. So
I
get your
never saw
CCW.
signs.
It's not. That's the state law. If for private property, you must first get permission from the property owner. That's
Right,
state law.
But
So
they don't know.
get your concealed carry permit. Just get it.
Yeah.
It's
Definitely.
$100, and you get your name on a tally with me and Wes. That if our Senate decides to, say maybe we'll go doing away with handguns, they've got to look at a list this thick of names that says no.
Could be a list where tyrants come hunt you down too.
That's
Yep.
Then
But
those
that's just a conspiracy
then those
theory.
tyrants will be wearing level 4 armor if they know it's good for them. But anyways,
And if
Yeah,
anybody
let's
wants
get
to
outta
come
here.
to the 2-day
Mallory's
class
yelling
next
at me.
weekend-
I said the evil S word.
There's no such thing
Hey,
as
Roman,
safe.
shush. I'm just
Okay,
finishing up, okay?
let's give you the last word because
Yes.
him and I will never stop.
I was just gonna say, is like, if somebody wants to come to the 2-day class that's next weekend, but they can't make it, but they can make next month's class. Mallory's class is hers is Saturday, Sunday. It'll be August 17th and 18th. I think of the dates, whatever that weekend is. Look that up and say that too. And if you want to make it to Mallory's class, then you'd have to get a hold of her. Her website is crap.
Her website is crap.
No, Shield Maiden.
Maidens.
I think it's just shieldmaidentactical.com. I'm pretty sure that's what it is.
Hey, O'Malley, put your website in the comments so people can.
Yeah,
can
or
look
I
it
mean,
up. And
Jared
the
has her
date.
contact information also.
Yeah,
I
you
usually
can just.
I've been slacking. I usually put her class on my website also.
And I
haven't
have her
even edited
contact,
my
so
website in like 3 months. So
reach out to the show if you're interested and you would like either of these guys' contact info. We'll send them along to you.
Yes.
And
the class
I
is
can,
nearly identical. There's a couple of things that I might do a little bit differently than Mallory here and there, but for by and large, it's John Farnham's curriculum, 95% of the way.
Yeah.
excellent. Well, we appreciate you.
If you want to
How's
go
it
to the
go?
course, of course, reach out to Wes, reach out to me. I'll get you in the course. I will be out at that course Friday morning and Saturday. Of course, I'll be in here
Of course.
Friday afternoon. And then, yeah, if you ever have any questions about them, anything else, reach out to me. If you want to do the private coaching, CCW class, again, that's tomorrow. And then it'll be again in 4 weeks. If you
Yeah,
want
go to the website, guys, and check it out. It's a nice website, Wes. I think you
Thank
guys
you.
do a great job. It's
Yeah.
Shield Maiden Tactical if you need to be in, you want to be in the August one.
that's for
And-
Mallory. And then Defense Sense USA is for Wes. Everyone check it out. Okay. That's a shameless plug. Of course, I'm also a part of that gaggle. So I'm a part of that shameless plug.
This
But
has been an infomercial for
Yeah.
an hour and 22 minutes.
for all seriousness, everyone pursue training, pursue. You wouldn't want to let your kid drive a car without learning how to drive it.
For yourself.
Do not think that you can drive a gun without learning how to drive it. It's important.
That's a
Okay.
good analogy. I like that.
Thank you for being on the show, Wes. This was
Yes.
way more fun than I thought. And we went all this time over. And for everybody at home, thanks for sticking through all this with us. And I'll hope to be going live during my trip to hopefully get to see Donald Trump and maybe Jim Jordan and all the other Republicans that are currently representing us. And so pay attention, like and subscribe, but make sure you've got your notifications on. Hit that little button that tells you when we go live, because I would love for you to be on there with us. And also give your comments. I'm happy to share your comments with whoever I'm talking to if we have the time. And I'm just so excited. And to all my peeps in everything that voted for me to represent Tooele County, I really appreciate you, and I'm honored to serve as a national delegate. This is an exceptional opportunity, and I appreciate your support.
Yep. Rooster, we do see you got new comments come in. Do not screw with the mechanics of your firearm unless performed by a professional, 100%. My neighbors are scared of me. Can't imagine. But fact being, I'd save every one of their lives.
I have no doubt.
Yep. All right, everyone, have a good night. Thanks, Wes. Thanks for coming on.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate
See you
it.
on Friday and next week. And everyone, have a good weekend.
Thanks, everybody.
Be safe.
Okay, see ya.